September 30th, 2014, Longmont City Council's study session to order. Could we please start with the roll call?
Mayor Coombs?
Here.
Council members Bagley?
Here.
Christensen? Finley? Here. Levinson? Here. Moore?
Here.
Santos? Here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. Let's stand for Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Public invited to be heard. The first person on the list is Wendell Pickett. Please come down and state your name and address for the record.
Hello. My name is Wendell Pickett, 3813 Florentine Circle, and I'm the evil developer of Mill Village. And I came to give you a brief update and to invite you guys to an open house on the 16th that we're going to have from 3 to 8 so that you can stop in, take a look. We opened officially with our first residence on August 30th, just right out a month ago. We've delivered 52 units to date, and we have 42 residents that have moved to Longmont. So just to kind of give you a little sneak peek, there's the exterior of the clubhouse. As you see, it's coming along, and you can see the sugar beet hanging there to the right of the door. We have themed the interior of the clubhouse with sugar beets that we've made up at Mountain View Welding out of metal. They range from 3 to 8 feet tall. Artist rendition of a sugar beet. And we've worked with the Longmont Historic Society and the library, and we have inside the clubhouse, as you can see, here's the main hall. It's lined with pictures of the historic sugar mill in operation, which we are really grateful to have been able to work with them. There's the kitchen in the clubhouse as a little sneak peek. And there's our gym so that our residents can stay healthy here in Longmont. There's a one-bedroom apartment. As you can see, it's nice amenities. We have large decks, and you can see the color scheme there out of those two buildings. There's our two-bedroom kitchen, and we'd like to really thank the staff. They've worked very hard with us, particularly the building department, to get this first phase open. We'll be delivering about 36 units every month here through the end of the year to get to our 220. So I wanted to give you an invite and an update. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendell. Next up is Stanley Toll.
Hello, my name is Stanley Toll, and I'm a long-term resident of City of Longmont. Some people may have been aware of me. I was actually thrown in jail attempting to get a impound hearing for a vehicle that was apparently unlawfully towed on Sunday. So this was last week, and the reason I am coming to this council is basically to indicate that the council and the city is essentially engaging in an extortion racket at this time. Whenever a vehicle or property is impounded under provisions of the court rules of procedure that are not necessarily spelled out in the municipal court rules of procedure, but in the full rules of procedure, most cities actually have an immediate impound situation. And what's happening is that the city is impounding vehicles and getting a kickback from the tow companies. And what they're doing is people which, quote, are, quote, violating, they feel that they're violating the ordinance. They don't have to prove that a person is actually violating the ordinance. They can just impound their car, force the person to pay the toll fee, which includes over $120 of kickback to the city, which is basically a fine. And you cannot get a hearing over the issue that your vehicle was towed. You get a hearing over the probable cause that maybe your vehicle might have been in violation of the law. I became a lot of our ordinances in this town are what I would call harassment ordinances. They're set up like the junk vehicle thing. If you're with, quote, the people in connection with the powers that be, you can call up and such vehicle will instantly be towed, or such and such person's property will be confiscated, and that person will have to, like in my situation, I had taken a deposit to do some work, and I've been a victim of the flood. I had my work truck and my work lot and everything destroyed by the flood. I've been scraping by. The situation on my car, there's some problems. If I was issued a ticket, I would have easily been able to add the information on this. Well, anyway, the problem is harassment ordinances.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak, public invited to be heard at this time? You'll also get a chance to speak on the public hearing items if you want to speak about the budget items. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing.
Mayor, your first item on your agenda is a special presentation from Smart Commute Metro North, and I believe Paul DeRoche is here.
That's very good. That's the French pronunciation, which is not commonly spoken. My name is Paul DeRocher. I work for Smart Commute Metro North. And I want to thank Mayor Coombs and members of the council for having me here this evening. My presentation is brief and pretty focused. Smart Commute Metro North is a transportation management organization. And what we do is reach out to commuters to help them find alternative ways to commute other than driving alone. And specifically, we are working with CDOT during the North I-25 Express Lanes project, and we are working to shift people from single occupancy vehicles to what we're calling a concierge commute program. So what exactly is that? The concierge commute program is typically known as van pooling. Van pools are carpools that are leased to individuals. You have to have at least 5 people in them. But we're using a very special vehicle for this. And I believe you all were included a flyer in your packets this evening. And so that flyer showcases the vehicle. It's a 2014 Chevy Traverse. It's not branded, so you may have seen some of the Way to Go vehicles or even the Van Go vehicles that are coming down from Fort Collins. This vehicle is not branded, so whatever stigma comes along with riding in a vehicle that's branded, we're trying to take that away. We're trying to make commuting with others a little more interesting, a little more attractive to people. And the program is great, not only because you get to ride in a new vehicle, which is typically nicer than anything I would drive personally. Also, the program is very affordable to individuals. So each individual pays $100 a month. So 5 times $100 a month, that's $500 for the whole vehicle. And that includes the cost of gas, maintenance, insurance, and the vehicle itself. And so I personally pay more than that in gas alone. And if people want to find out more about this program, which is really why I'm here tonight, we have a special project website set up. It's called www.idrivei25.com. And so that is really highlighting the fact that this program is specific to people, maybe the residents who are living on the eastern portion of your jurisdiction, commuting into Denver, only available to people traveling down I-25.
And so that's the specific focus of the program. There's also other programs which we're happy to talk to Longmont residents. We are the designated TMO for the city of Longmont. So the diagonal shift program, you guys may or may not be familiar with that. That's also a commuter-based program that offers incentives to people to take transit, to carpool, vanpool. So there's a lot of programs out there. We really just want to make people aware of what they are, and they can find out a lot of the information on that URL I referenced, which is, again, www.idrivei25. So happy to take any questions at this point, if you have them.
I have one question. So you have 5 people in this van. Who decides who's going to drive?
Who drives? That's a group decision. We don't typically get involved with that. Some people are really excited to drive. They want to do it every day. And some people don't want to do it. They want to, sit on their smartphone and surf the internet, or maybe doze off on their way to work. So we don't get involved in that decision.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Is there a special place for these cars to park once they get to Denver?
Good question.
That's the expensive part.
It is the expensive part, but when you think about the costs, they're always split 5 ways. And so that alone is going to reduce the cost of parking. But we also have members. We're a membership-based organization, not only public entities but also private, who host parking areas in downtown Denver. And we've entered into a partnership with them to allow these concierge commute vehicles to park for free. So that will be included. Thank you.
Any other questions? One final question. Does the person that's driving then drop everybody else off, and then does he take that car to his house, or?
That's right. Yep. Each van pool is different. So there's a park and ride lot at Highway 66 and I-25, and then as well as at 119. And each night you'll sometimes see van pool vehicles parked there, the way-to-go vehicles. However, some groups decide to take it home at night, and there's actually no limit on the use of the vehicle on the weekends, too, if the driver wants to use it for personal use. But we do put a cap on the miles when you lease the vehicle, so you can't, take a road trip to California. You end up paying for that, after the fact. So it's sort of like having a set amount of minutes on your cell phone. But yeah, it's again one of those group decisions.
Okay, great. Councilmember Christensen.
So I tried something like this maybe 30 years ago in the Bay Area, and I thought it was a great idea, except that some of the people in that particular car were kind of odd. But so what you're saying is you have some general rules, but basically each carpool group makes up their own particular arrangements.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really the group dynamics. A lot of van pools are formed with people who work together, so they're typically going to the same location, but that doesn't always happen. We also work with Dr. Cog through this program, and they host a great website for matching people who want to join a van pool but don't know 4 other people that they work with, and that URL is mywaytogo.org. And it's a really great website. You just go there. It's kind of like a dating website for commuters, except for no dating. Well, we don't get involved with that either. But you never know what can happen in a van pool. So, but mywaytogo.org, and it just matches you with people. So you put your starting address, your ending address, what time you need to get to work, what time you leave work, and it matches you up that way. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. I don't see any other questions. It sounds like a great program.
Yeah, and if anybody in the audience wants any further literature on this program, I left some flyers on the table in the back.
Okay.
There. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So I guess does the Longmont wants to make us a presentation? Is that the next item?
I believe Sean Lewis, Assistant City Manager, will be leading out on this.
Excuse me. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'll just help Nancy get this started and just tell you kind of the genesis of why the presentation is being given tonight. That we actually have benefited from additional revenue in the hotel occupancy tax this year, and that increase has continued to continue into next fiscal year. And so the finance department thought it would be a good idea for you all to understand how Visit Longmont would be using that additional revenue. So Nancy is here to tell us more about that.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Coombs and City Council members, thank you for allowing me to present this to you tonight. I don't think that this has been done in the past, and given the success of the lodger's tax growing, I thought Sean and I thought it would be important for me to present this to you tonight. So in your packets, you should have received this overview sheet. In my presentation, I'm going to go through talking points, but this overview sheet will provide you with the pricing associated with each of the items that we'll discuss. So this is the proposed 2015 budget for Visit Longmont. And just a brief introduction, we are proposing that well, let me just go through the numbers first. The lodger's tax receipts are up 13% through the end of July. And we know that the third and fourth quarter revenues will dip slightly against last year due to the 2013 flood impact. But our best projections show that income in 2015 will be $393,560. And what we've planned to do is to invest that additional money in programs that will help Visit Longmont play ball with the other DMOs in the Colorado market. And DMO is a destination management organization, in case you're not familiar with that term. So an overview that will show you each of these items on your cover page. We are proposing that we work with IDSS, which is an internet destination sales system, Jackrabbit, which is a book direct widget that is put on the homepage of our website, Cvent, which is a website that caters to meeting planners, the Colorado Department of Tourism, and the USA Pro Challenge bike race. So just to give you an idea of IDSS, as I said, Internet Destination Sales System. So this is a web-based application, and it helps us at Visit Longmont to combine all of our data that we currently have in multiple databases, multiple programs, into one convenient system. So we have account and contact management, we have convention and meeting sales and service, we have visitor center inquiries and management. We can maintain our partnerships through this website, and we can monitor media coverage and advertising expenditures through this website. This application allows us to generate sales reports, to maintain an event calendar, to generate lead reports to attractions in the area, and we have a variety of 180 different reports that are available. So I've just touched the surface on what can be done with this system. So through the partner extranet, we would allow our hotel partners to access the extranet on our website to update their information. So say they have a meeting room that now can house 510 attendees instead of 400. They would have the ability to go through the extranet and update that information directly from their properties. And then we are able to build custom economic impact formulas so we can show what impact tourism is having on our economy. We can also generate analytics on inquiries, and we can get geographic data from this that shows where our visitors are coming from. So that's basically IDSS. If you'll look at your overview sheet, we are charged per computer on the administrative cost for that. So it would be $375 a month, which are 3 computers, and then $4,500 annually to have access to the system. The next one is Jackrabbit, which is a book direct system. So what happens is with Jackrabbit, this is a widget on the homepage of our website, and this provides a comprehensive lodging search so that if a customer is pulling up Visit Longmont and has travel dates that they're going to be coming to Longmont, they can feed those into Book Direct, and it will populate all of the hotels in the market that have availabilities and fit the rates that they are looking for. And the person then goes directly to the hotel website through that connection. So this would enable the users to have a better experience because they can compare rates and availability in the market. We are supporting our lodging partners by shifting to a more cost-effective direct online channel. So lodging partners do not pay for rooms booked through this site. And reservation referrals are driven directly from the website to the lodging partners. So if someone comes into town July 4th and they want to stay at the Best Western, they would be connected directly with the Best Western, and the Best Western maintains their inventory through this system. And so we have the technology provided to our customers, but there's no inventory management over and above what the hotels are doing today. I don't know if you can see this or not, but this is the homepage of the Fort Collins DMO site. And if you look in the center on the right-hand side, the olive green box is what their widget looks like for booking direct from their site. And we would have something customized that would complement our website.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Councilmember Levinson?
I'm sorry, Nancy, can you go back one slide, back beyond the Fort Collins slide? One more, please. Can you explain, I heard all of this before at a board meeting, but can you explain the nuance of how this application works and the information about shifting the cost-effective direct online channel? You know, what does that actually mean in layman's terms? Because I think that in order to understand the value of this, we need to understand that.
Sure. So today, if a customer goes on to Kayak or Expedia or Travelocity and they book a room through one of those sites, the hotel that the room is booked is actually paying a commission to those websites for the customer to book the room through that website. So the difference between Jackrabbit and one of those websites is that the customer is taken directly from our homepage to the hotel partners website, and the hotel partners manage their inventory directly, and they don't have to pay a commission on rooms that are booked directly through it.
So it doesn't even go to the national franchise level. It goes directly
to the local.
The address in Longmont.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. How much are those Travelocity and Kayak fees in general?
You know, I'm not sure.
Percentage?
It's
Okay.
a percentage, and I think that it's somewhere between 3% and 8%, but I'm not positive about that.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So then moving on to the next program that we would invest in, Cvent. And as I said, this is a meeting planner website. So meeting planners around the country access this website. And they gather data on destinations and they compare details about those destinations and locations. And those meeting planners are actively sourcing meetings and events business. So they are in the market looking for a specific location to house their company conference or whatever. So through Cvent, today we have a free listing through Cvent. And most destinations do have that free listing. But we are currently among the Denver metro area, which is where we would remain. But today we're number 174 on the listing of Denver metro area attractions or destinations. By using this supplier network diamond listing, we move up to the top 12. So people will have a much easier chance of finding Longmont through Cvent than they do today. A banner ad that we would place actually on the Fort Collins destination page would draw people who are going to Fort Collins, they would see that Longmont is an opportunity for them to book an event as well. So a banner ad would potentially draw people away from Fort Collins. There is an email newsletter that has 120,000 opted-in subscribers. We have a date to be determined where we would have access to that email, and we would inform meeting planners about the amenities available in Longmont. And finally, the CVB, which is Convention and Visitors Bureau, another name for Destination Management Organization, there's a copy feature that would allow the meeting planners to connect with a local destination expert. So that would be someone in my office, whether that be me or my sales and event marketing person or my program assistant. That meeting planner could connect directly to that individual to get more specific information about Longmont. So that's basically CVent. The next thing that we would invest in would be a presence in the Colorado Official Visitors State Vacation Guide. They project in 2015 they will produce 550,000 copies of this magazine. 400,000 of those copies will be mailed direct to the customer who has requested the guide prior to their arrival in Colorado. They also have a virtual guide on Colorado.com. In 2012, for example, they had close to 75,000 visitors just on that virtual site. And then the top 10 states that Colorado.com has determined are people who are coming to Colorado: Texas, California, Florida, New York, Missouri, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Ohio, and Michigan. The audience for Colorado, the Official Visitors Guide, would have a $75,000 average household income. 61% of those visitors are between the ages of 45 and 64. 82% of them live outside of Colorado, and 70% of the visitors that request a guide visit Colorado within 90 days of that request. We would have prominent location in the Front Range region of the guide. We would have a full color ad, and we would highlight Longmont amenities as a general positioning statement. And then additionally, we would have a business listing, which is located in the back of the magazine, that basically lists all the destination management organizations in Colorado. So we would have a listing there as well for people to access information on Longmont. So that's it for the visitor guide. And finally, the USA Pro Challenge. I know that this has been discussed a number of times in Longmont. This is America's premier pro cycling event, and this highlights the best of professional cycling and some of the best attractions and scenery across America. In 2015, the organizers are interested in doing a post-flood stage of the race, which would include the towns of Lyons, Jamestown, Boulder, and potentially Longmont. We would consider being a time trial host city. The benefit of a time trial host city would be that the time trial would begin and end in Longmont, so therefore potentially riders would come in the night before, stay in a hotel, do the time trial, be exhausted after the race, and stay in a hotel the night after the race. So we could potentially generate hotel stays through that. We have earmarked the money for a major event if something happens and Pro Bike Challenge doesn't come through for us for 2015. We would have that money earmarked in third quarter of 2015. That would allow us to invest in another large event similar to the Pro Bike Challenge. So that's it for my presentation. I will take any questions that you may have.
So the Pro Bike Challenge, if we aren't selected as a city, how much money do we invest in the process of finding out whether we're going to get selected or not?
That's a good question. I have not done a lot of research on the Pro Bike Challenge. I know that $30,000 that we have budgeted does not even begin to skim the surface of what it will cost. But in-kind sponsorships and cash sponsorships from organizations within the community would help us to reach that goal, whatever that number may be.
Because I know Boulder decided to, last year not bid on it because they didn't think that it was really worthwhile to them financially, because it was the same weekend that all the parents are there moving their kids in, and their hotels were already booked to the max. So, I'm definitely, for big events like that, and I like bike riding, but also want to make sure that we don't waste our money.
Sure, and that is one thing about Pro Bike Challenge. It's really there as a placeholder, because our hotel partners tell us that they really don't need any assistance booking rooms in August, which is when the Pro Challenge is held.
Yeah.
When they begin to have the inventory freed up is September, October, November, December. So if we could have a third or fourth quarter event, major event for the city, I think in the long run, we'd probably benefit more from that.
Mayor, if I may, to answer that question, I think we've done a lot of work. If you remember, there was a presentation a couple of years ago, so a lot of that work can be recaptured. And so in terms of putting that information together, a lot of it's been done. Also, to talk about the presentation as given before, I think it depends, the value depends on, are you a start, are you a finish, or are they going through in terms of what that impact really means to the community? And then the other piece of it is how do you tie that in with an existing event, so maybe you can drop some of those costs down. So there are a lot of pieces to the review that, as we discussed in previous conversations, that definitely come into play as that's being considered.
Okay, great, thank you. Councilmember Christensen.
All of this sounds like a very good investment, all the software programs. I have just one question about the $12,500 for the Colorado Visitors Guide. Because I thought, but that comes out only once a year. But it goes to everybody. And that includes the index listing and an online version, as well as the premium placement. That's a pretty good price, I'd say. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And what we're looking at would be a 2/3 page. Currently, Boulder has, I believe, 3 pages. Estes Park has 3 pages. And Greeley has a half page, and Loveland has a half page. Fort Collins has an 1/8 of a page.
Oh.
So this would give us prominence at a 2/3 page, but it gives us page domination without paying the price, because we only have one column of editorial next to our ads. So we will dominate the page.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I've been a meeting planner, and I'm familiar with many of these things. And the one thing that I would want to know, especially with CVent, is there a way to see how much that brings into Longmont?
They do have tracking mechanisms on their website. I'm not real familiar with the whole package, but I do know that they are able to track.
That would be good, because I know I got those emails that that get sent out, and I never once used them. So I don't know how effective they are. Maybe they are, and I just wasn't the target audience. But all of these things, it would be great if you could measure how effective they were, especially the ones that are, $10,000.
Right, exactly.
But I'm really happy to see that you're now marketing Longmont in a way that I'll be able to see it. That official visitor's guide for Colorado, I can't tell you how many of those things that I've seen sent out all over the country. So I think that's a really good investment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So Nancy, I'm just following up a little bit on Bonnie's comments about measuring. What metrics are you using to know that when you sponsor an event or you are promoting, using the money that you collect from this hotel tax to promote an event, that you're actually getting back to the community what you spend? And are you measuring that, and how do you do it?
So as part of the tourism grant program, where we administer $25,000 in grants annually, we require anybody that we grant money to supply us with a wrap-up report following the event that shows us where their customers came from, what the economic impact was, how many hotel rooms were booked, whether or not those people patronized restaurants or retail in the area. So we rely on our partners who we fund their events. We rely on them to report to us how successful their events are.
And forgive my newness here, do you report that back to council on an annual basis?
This is my first year, so I would imagine that will be in our year-end report for 2014.
Councilmember Moore, if I could also add to that, the city staff has typically been on the grants committee and participated in that, and so I think it is definitely something that we can make available to you all.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Nancy. I don't see any other questions.
Okay.
Good presentation.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, your first item on your study session agenda is the 2015 budget presentation, followed by the public hearing on the proposed 2015 operating budget and proposed 2015 to 2019 capital improvement program. Jim Golden, Finance Director, is here to introduce this item.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, I'm Jim Golden, Director of Finance. So tonight we have the final budget presentations related to the proposed 2015 budget. Next week at your study session, we'll ask you for final direction on the budget before we return on the 14th of October with first reading of the budget ordinances. So tonight our presentations will be covering service level increases, one-time expenses, the request for city council one-time funding, and then the Longmont Downtown Development Authority budget and fee increases. Also at the conclusion, there'll be a public hearing on the 2015 proposed budget. And since that could be late in the meeting, we will be holding another public hearing next week on the 7th before we ask the council for final direction on the budget. So we're going to start actually with the one-time expenses, since we do have a number of people here tonight for that purpose, and we thought we would flip that in the agenda a little bit. So beginning with the general fund one-time expenses, there's a attachment in your packet. Attachment I, it's on page S69 and S70 in your communication. I'll first point out that we do have an error on the last line of page S69, which we appreciate that being pointed out to us. We will correct the spelling of the auditorium name on the final document. So there's a total of $2,862,333 for capital and other one-time expenses that are included in the proposed 2015 general fund budget. We have other major operating funds contributing $85,000 to help offset the cost of citywide IT equipment and technology improvements. And then there is $569,842 in one-time revenues offsetting these one-time expenses. $517,000 of that is incremental development revenue, and the rest is other one-time revenues. So the net one-time expense in the general fund is $2.2 million, $2,207,480. So those are broken down into 4 categories on attachment I. First, there's the category of capital equipment of $457,000, and most of those items are in the public safety area. Second is the IT equipment or technology improvements. It's $470,640. Much of those are in the ETS area, but we have all of our general fund replacement PCs budgeted in ETS. That inflates that a little bit as well. Third category is non-capital small equipment and supplies. It's $197,945. Again, much of those are from the public safety area. And then in the fourth category is one-time services or expenses. We have over $1.7 million in there, so that's really the bulk of most of our one-time expenses. Some of the larger ones include $350,000 for the Longmont Area Comprehensive Plan update. We have $100,000 budgeted for sick and vacation termination payouts. Those are have been. It's not a new expense. We've had those, and we've been covering those in our budgets for our operating budgets. But with the recent trend in retirement increases in the organization and replacement schedules for those positions. We've been escalating the amount of our payouts, and our ability to cover those within the general fund has been limited. So we do believe we need this type of funding, but not hopefully on an ongoing basis. We'll have to monitor it going forward, so hopefully it does not become an ongoing expense. We believe it is a one-time expense for a year or two. Then there's $233,000 of one-time payments for general fund employees. When you heard about the budget, the pay plan last week and the plan for that for employees over market, that was included as how much would be given to those type of employees at $1,500 per employee. And then finally, the other large item is $539,000 for the transfer to the Public Improvement Fund. And this is, again, trying to keep the Public Improvement Fund whole, given that the allocation of the sales tax between the General Fund and the Public Improvement Fund is weighted more towards the General Fund on the operating revenue perspective. So what we try to do is use the one-time revenues from the previous year that are available to offset that, so that the PIF still has the same amount of revenue available for one-time expenses, capital projects. So we've also set aside $392,520 for City Council one-time expense requests. It's not shown on attachment I currently. That would be added after the council gives us final direction. Now, obviously, that amount's set aside because that's the total amount of requests that we have received for those type of expenses. Attachment J on page S71 is a history of the items funded using council one-time dollars. And as we've explained, we consider these expenses to be budget reset items, in that they should probably be funded with ongoing dollars instead of one-time dollars, since many of them actually were funded that way in the past, and most of them do seem to come back year after year. We use the amount of council one-time in the 2014 proposed budget in calculating our projected reset balance, or our reset gap of $1.7 million that we projected the budget for 15 to bring the reset gap down to. So we used $297,000 as the amount of council one-time. So if the council decides to fund all of the requests that it is going to be hearing tonight with one-time dollars, it will increase the reset gap closer to $1.8 million, which is, it's about $100,000 difference between last year's one-time versus this year's one-time requests. On the other hand, if you do not fund those requests, it has the opposite effect. So if none were funded, it would reduce the gap by almost $300,000. Not only would it reduce the budget reset gap, but it would also leave more fund balance available to increase the amount of dollars going to the general fund reserve. You recall last week during the discussion about financial policies, we identified that we had $500,000 in this proposed budget directed towards the increasing the amount of the general fund's reserve for 2015. So if you decided actually to not fund these requests, that would actually be used for that purpose instead, or that's what we would recommend that you use it for. So in your council communication on page S50, we've identified all of the requests for council one-time, and we've included for most the prioritization quartile from our prioritization process, at least for those that were in the 2014 budget, and those are all either in the third or fourth quartile. So with that, I think we're going to begin to have introduce folks to speak briefly on each of those one-time requests. So I'm going to introduce the first, the Longmont Council for the Arts, Joanna Curvis. I asked her to come up, and I guess what we'll probably do is, Teresa does have the list here, so as each one finishes, I'll have her introduce the next presenter. So Joanna is here.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. I'm Joanne Curvis, Executive Director of Longmont Council for the Arts, and we're here for our one-time request. And I'd just like to say thank you for past support from the City of Longmont for the Longmont Council for the Arts. I think support from the city really illustrates the importance of arts in our community, and we need that as a vibrant community. The Longmont Council for the Arts is in its 29th year. As we prepare for our 30th year, we have gone through a major strategic planning process this year. It began in March, and we are just now concluding that, and we'll be finalizing our plan and sharing it with the community. We decided it was a really good time to reach out to the community. We sent out 350 surveys with 192 response rate. We did multiple focus groups, and we especially one with the St. Vrain Valley School District Visual and Performing Arts teachers, and then followed up with interviews with our community partners and city staff and a lot of different donors and sponsors that we're working with to really find out where we're going to go for the next 30 years. And what are some of our main goals and things that have come out of this plan is to strengthen our arts and education program, and we've been meeting with the St. Vrain Valley School District. Our request is, within this request is for our Artists in Residence program, which we've been doing for 29 years, and we will continue to do that program, but we're looking right now at how we're going to be augmenting that and adding to it. What other services can we provide to our teachers and schools to really enhance the arts in the schools, but also to enhance the arts in the community so that the community understands what's going on in our school district. We visited with Skyline High School today in their visual performing arts program, and it's amazing. They're doing dance, theater, ceramics, jewelry, interior design, fashion design. There's a lot going on, and we want to be a part of that and helping them let the community know what's going on and what the opportunities are, as well as bringing together the arts with the STEM program, because we know the importance of the arts within that program. The Longmont Council for the Arts is also looking forward as we continue to help incubate new programs and working with artists and other small arts organizations with our expertise and how we've done programming and marketing and helping them get started. So as we move forward, our request includes Artists in Residence, our mini grant fund, as well as our Art Enthusiast. Our Art Enthusiast we do 3 times a year, and I have your new copy for the September to December issue. This has become a really good vehicle for promoting the arts. This is the only arts dedicated publication in the Longmont area, and we work with all the other organizations to promote what they're doing, giving a voice to not just their events, but what arts are happening. We have a calendar in here where artists can let people know what classes they're doing, as well as events. This has been a very important vehicle in getting word out to the community about what we're doing, and we recently went online with this as well. So we'll be continue to do our print, which gets mailed to our artists, our patrons, our donors, and our sponsors. It's all around town at coffee shops and places for people to pick up, and now we'll be online. So we're requesting $15,000 in support this year, and we appreciate your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Questions for her? Great. We appreciate that.
Thanks.
Okay. Up next, we have the Longmont Community Justice Partnership and Candy Campbell. And while Candy's making her way up here, I do want to point out that their total request is for $200,000. $180,000 of that would be from the general fund and $20,000 from the public safety fund.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Combs and the members of the council for inviting us tonight to speak. LCJP has been celebrating its 20th anniversary this year, and we're very pleased to be such a strong community partner, not with just the police department, but with the school district here. The funding that we receive through the City of Longmont is very important for the support of the work that we do. I'd like to point out some of the key numbers that we have. For those of you who are not familiar with restorative justice and how far we've come, there's been quite a number of legislative efforts to support restorative justice practices throughout the state. Our district, 22 judicial district, is one of the pilot districts within the state, which kind of puts us on the map. Because we've been working in this capacity for 20 years, Longmont has been highlighted for how we are working with our community partners and serving juveniles in the city. So for us, as an alternative to the traditional justice system, RJ works in partnership with the police, the courts, district attorney's office, school districts, and community partners. Our numbers for the juveniles that we've served in 2013, there were 389. Crimes ranging from petty theft to felony offenses. With recidivism rates of less than 10% for clients who complete a restorative justice program, the prevention and intervention goals for the city and the school district are more than exceeded. The cost savings to the city and the county that would have otherwise been prosecuted for crimes is significant. So what's important to recognize is that we're actually a full-fledged diversion program, similar to what the district attorney's office has as a diversion program. By the number of juveniles that we serve, by diverting them from court processes, we've seen such a dramatic increase in success in the community with our youth. I'd love to highlight our schools program, where we have over 20 participants in the high school that serve as community leaders and participants in our restorative practices program. It's very exciting for me to be here. I wish that I had video presentation that was representative of some of the success stories of cases that have come through our program. Most recently, you're aware of one of the more prominent cases, which was our vandalism case with a cemetery. I'm very pleased to say that all 5 offenders who have gone through our process are still completing contracts and have not reoffended. That's really important for us, knowing that for their success is also our community's success. We continue to ask every year for your funding and support and are very appreciative. It is a large portion of our budget, and I know I'm going to have a few questions from all of you as to how we're utilizing those funds and our options for diversifying our funding in futures.
Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs, Mike Handy, and thanks for taking my call this morning. And I've been a very big proponent of restorative justice and been on one of the flyers, and very supportive of the city of Longmont funding it. So in my call this morning, were you able to find out as far as what's the percentage of the other funders and the participants from them? So what is the percentage of Boulder County and the school district as far as their participation and so forth?
Hopefully this is not a disappointing number, and I know it's been on our agenda with our board as we do approach different funding sources. The city of Longmont supports almost 51% of our budget. Our JAG grants that we receive, justice assistance grants, that's approximately 35% of our total budget. The St. Vrain Valley School District is 0.05, so we're hoping and pushing that forward. The justice assistance grants that we received from prior years to pilot in the schools was a large portion of the funding to implement that program. As the school district starts to get re-engaged with what we're doing, realizing that our funding sources are decreasing from the JAG grant, because you can't renew that, they are stepping up. We're working more in partnership with the schools that have interest in implementing an RJ program. So as each individual school comes forward, the school district is stepping up to see how we can better support that.
And Boulder County?
Boulder County, we receive $20,000 a year for county funds. Because it's through the Human Services funding grants, it's our directive to find a different funding source within the county, because we are a service for the judicial district portion of that. So that's not part of that funding.
It surprises me. Last year, District Attorney Stan Garnett came and presented, and I kind of challenged him a little bit, saying if Stan, if you're such a big proponent, the county should be really funding somewhat, a little bit more, by, I don't know, asking for, instead of going to, using restorative justice instead of having these kids go through the court process. Instead of going through the court process and having these juveniles go through that process and going through, some really harsh court, court process and things of that nature. Restorative justice is such, and I don't want to say kid-friendly, glove-friendly, touchy-touchy. It's a really hard process. Having seen it in other areas throughout the country, it is something that is community-based, in a circle. You talk to the victims, you talk to the community members to see how it affects not only the victim, but the rest of the community. Instead of, again, as I said, going through a whole court system. And you don't have something with a juvenile with a record that can be expunged later on, but you don't expose them through that whole judicial process. That kind of concerns me, that the county isn't really engaged. And I also, after we had a break after all this one-time funding requests, and we'll get to the rest of you in a minute, I talked to Don Haddad as well. I said, Don, $10,000? The school district? This is important. Folks come to the city asking for quite a bit of money. If this is important for the school district, and if it's, very important for the district attorney of Boulder County to come and ask, it's important for Boulder County as well to pony up. So I don't have a problem with $180,000, but what happens if our budget gets so tight that $180,000 we can't do?
Sure. I have two responses for you. One,
Sorry.
I've been in my position for about a year and 4 months, and have made some major strides, and I'm very proud of how we have really partnered with the office.
And believe me, I'm not trying to come after you.
You're at the same
I'm trying to get those other ones to help you out.
Part of the request that I made was why Boulder County isn't funding more. The juveniles that are served Boulder County-wide is a very different number.
Sure.
A response I'll give you is, for last year, we had 227 case referrals or offender referrals. 175 of those had come from the Longmont PD just for juveniles. So I'm going to say 99% of our case referrals are coming from the Longmont PD. So when we ask for funding from Boulder County, they're asking for us to look for sources within our community versus outside, because it's a human services funding source that we're coming after. If we were to apply for the human services funding source here, we probably receive about $5,000 or $10,000 because of the limited budget that's available. So we've been working with Stan Garnett pretty significantly, because he's no longer on our board. He had to resign in an effort for us to build partnerships and sign contracts. Part of that contract is we are working closer in Boulder County proper so that we receive more case referrals from the DA's office. Our concern was when they stepped up to be a pilot, that means the DA's office says, I want as many cases as possible to be a no-file diversion case. That means we're one of the few service providers that can handle that, which would mean we would have an influx of another 150 plus cases coming to us without funding to support that. So the benefit we have is now that those cases are starting to come through, we get to go back to the county and ask for funding support, because we are now doing the work of the DA's office and the county proper.
Okay.
So it's been a year-long strategy to try to find additional funding sources, but the only way to do that is to serve more clients in Boulder County and not be scrutinized with the funding sources that are available to us. We have to change those. And in this case, it's funding that will be associated with the DA's office.
Because every little bit, I always get asked, $180,000 for one, where this, that 180,000 can get split to some others and help others. So that's just, and I always say, well, have you seen that process work? Because it's a really good process. It's a good and everyone is a good organization. It's just trying to make a small amount of money help everyone. So
absolutely. The part of the concern that we have too is, as we're added to more House bills or just definitions for the Children's Code, that restorative justice is being added to that. So service providers in restorative justice are now those that have to absorb and receive they have to put the services out there and benefit these children. So we have to grow. We won't be able to continue to serve if we don't.
Understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess so. Just to reiterate, what I'm hearing is 51% of your budget comes from Longmont, but nearly 100% of those served are Longmont residents, and specifically our children, correct?
And many of those cases could come from the DA's office through diversion, to which we serve, but it's still Longmont diversion cases from the DA's office.
I mean, I've got some other issues with some of the other numbers on here, but I have had the unique experience. If I wanted to increase my annual income, I would vote against this as a criminal defense attorney. But I've seen firsthand that I'm just a big believer that if you've never been out to the courts, even the juvenile court system, our system uses a sledgehammer. We've got one tool: mentally ill, sledgehammer; juvenile, sledgehammer. You know, misdemeanor, felon, it doesn't matter. I mean, we've got a tool set and rules, and we use it. And until you've seen, you know, a 10-year-old boy standing in shackles in front of Judge Bakke, you don't understand what this can do. And so I think that this $180,000 or $200,000, I mean, people just don't understand what a great investment it is, because it's not, well, let's help the kids, or, you know, let's help Stan Garnett or the chief or whoever. What we're doing is preventing, we are literally preventing criminal defense attorneys from earning a living in the future, because children are going to be staying out of trouble. And I've seen what happens when they're allowed to write letters and confront the victims and hear from the victims, and it works. And it's a phenomenal program, and it's not something that's touchy-feely. It's anecdotal, and it's mathematically relevant. And so I think it's spot on. It's 50 cents on the dollar is what you're telling me. So I think that's a great idea.
Appreciate your support. Thank you. Yes, it is a very difficult process for anyone to go through, but it's an amazing process, and our job is to make sure that they stay out of the court systems.
Well, it sounds like a pretty reasonably priced. I mean, 389 people for $200,000. That's, you know, less than $500 per person. So it sounds like a pretty good investment. And I also like to say, if Brian Bagley's law firm went out of business, this whole community would be better off.
Amen.
So, Councilmember Levinson.
Thank you. I also want to note for the council that in the time that I've been on council these several years, the LCJP has not ever really come for an increase, except I think the first year was on council at $20,000 was what we approved as an increase. But since then, it's been that steady number, and your caseload has increased, which means you are using the money efficiently. I do have some concerns also about diversifying funding sources, especially when you're doing an expansion into a middle school that's not even within the city of Longmont. And, you know, while I know we've got kids in the city with Longmont addresses that go to Meade, to various places throughout the district that are not within the city of Longmont, we do have to be conscious of funding a program that benefits another community, frankly. And I would like to see if we can't encourage you to engage in requests for funding for expansion into those other areas. And perhaps if you're serving areas of Weld County, that Weld County would be also a good source of some funding. But I agree. I think that the money we invest in this program mitigates a whole lot of stuff that we will never see. It's very difficult to prove something that could happen had it not been. A lot of subjunctive tense there. But I think that it does provide a vehicle for someone who has made a very serious mistake to rectify that. I also have a very positive feedback from a neighbor, a person who had some minor damage to a recreational vehicle by a youth, and when they went through restorative justice, he was an older gentleman did not really know anything of the process, but he was extremely satisfied and developed a relationship with this youth that lived nearby him and knew the parents took responsibility, the youth took responsibility, and he had reparations to repair the damage. And I think that both having the damage repaired and the acknowledgement by the youth that there was wrong done and that they were consciously trying to repair what they had caused as damage against this gentleman was made him a big supporter, frankly. And this was someone who would not normally know anything about this type of program and maybe be suspicious about using this vehicle as opposed to something more punitive. So many compliments for the effectiveness of the program, and I will continue to support this. However, I would like to see any of the expansion into areas outside our geographic boundaries to be funded by those other cities, counties, school district, because we are the largest city right now that you serve, and the more you expand into referrals from Boulder County, there has to be that backfill of resources. And it would actually be nice if sometime you could come to us and ask for less money. That would be a dream come true.
That would be great. I'm going to assume that I'm answering a question for you for, is it Coleridge that you're referencing? Coleridge was actually a partner school. It's a pass-through for us. The revenue that's coming in is actually going right back out to support a staff person that the school district is paying for. What we supported was through our Justice Assistance Grant training, which covered the school district. But for us, as far as expansion and funding, it didn't add to our budget. It's a pass-through for us, and it was in an effort to support them to receive their EARS grant and to support the school district so we could continue to ask for more for those schools who are asking for our assistance. So, but yes, I think I knew which one you were talking about. We've had a number of middle schools within our school district and city of Longmont, as well as high schools that are really interested in the program. We'd like to be able to ensure that we can continue to work with them, train faculty and administration, and serve their students.
Councilmember Moore. Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, I have to agree with the other council members. It's a great program. I do support it. I do have questions about, is it Longmont PD is the is one of the major referral agencies, or are there other cities that are not participating? I mean, I don't get the difference why it's so high from Longmont versus the rest of the communities.
We have an amazing community here because we have such a strong support from the Longmont PD. Participation in our processes requires, it's very essential to have officers participate. We have an 88% participation rate from local officers. So if an offense happens in our community and an officer steps in to be part of that conference, that says a lot about how that offender is going to be perceived and be able to get through up to contract. Other communities have expressed interest, but it would require our team to go to their city in order to work with any of the offenders. So our job is, as an organization, to partner with other organizations to assist so that the offender is receiving services in their community where the crime was committed. We've had Louisville and Lafayette request our assistance. If those offenders live in the city of Longmont, we absolutely will help them. There's case-by-case basis or direct referrals, and we do take them. But the reason why we are so strong and why our program works so well is because of the community support, and we serve the community we're in. We're very conscientious of the growth into Boulder County. In working with the DA and their pilot, we have also worked with 5 other service providers so that we're not the only organization implementing restorative justice practices.
Okay, and then, so I guess it's not that the other communities aren't interested, it's just that they don't pay for the show, is that right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so thank you, Candy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your support.
And up next, we have Megan Alderton from the Regional Air Quality Council.
Hello, Mayor Coombs and members of council. My name is Meg Alderton. I'm the communications manager for the Regional Air Quality Council. I'd like to thank you for your funding support in past years, as well as having me here today as you consider providing further funds to assist the RAC in 2015. The RAC is requesting $11,000 from the city in 2015. It's the same amount provided in past years to continue our work towards our mission in 3 core areas. One is to develop plans and programs to bring the region into compliance with federal air quality standards, to reduce diesel emissions from trucks, buses, and off-road engines, and to assist local governments in implementing air quality programs and practices. As you're likely aware, the region has been out of compliance with federal air quality standards for ground-level ozone pollution since 2007. The RAC works with CDP, HE, and local governments and other stakeholders to bring the region back into compliance. We have a number of programs in place to help get us there. One of the most critical of these is our Ozone Aware program. The Ozone Aware program has a twofold mission. One is to build awareness about the fact that we've got a real problem with ground-level ozone pollution, and 2 is to help people understand that they can make behavior changes to help reduce ozone. This program relies heavily on partnerships with local governments like Longmont to help us get the word out. You've probably noticed our presence in Longmont. Hopefully you have over the past summer. We shared a table with you at the Rhythm on the River Festival, and the Rhythm on the River and Festival on Main. And we had a billboard, a digital billboard up on 119. We also have a display that Rigo has helped us move around town this summer. I noticed it on my way in fact. We're also continuing our work to reduce diesel fuel emissions through our Cleaner Fleets program. And we've started a new program recently called Charge Ahead Colorado. It's a grant program that provides funding for electric vehicles. Through Charge Ahead, just this year, Longmont has been the beneficiary of $41,560 worth of electric vehicles and electric vehicle infrastructure, which has received a lot of local press. You've gotten 2 electric vehicles, Nissan Leafs, I believe, valued at over $16,000, and 4 electric vehicle charging stations valued at a total of over $25,000. So the critical support we received from Longmont and other local governments for our air quality planning efforts makes our programs possible, and we're very grateful for your continued partnership, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, it seems like you guys well more back than we give you. I mean, we give you $11,000, you give us $41,000 back in grants.
Not a
What
bad
good
deal, right?
Yeah. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Well, it's taken a little time for that investment to come back, so that's the only thing I had to say.
Any other questions from anybody? Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
You bet. We appreciate all you do.
Okay, and we've got Longmont Sister Cities Association and Janice Rebin.
Hi, I'm Janice Rebin, and I'm representing Sister Cities. I'm on the executive committee and also chaperoned our group to Japan this year. I can tell you firsthand this is a valuable experience for our ambassadors each year, and they return to Longmont with better leadership skills and a lasting bond with their host families and country. It was an honor and a privilege for me to witness this firsthand. Over 500 students have participated to date. We sent 14 students abroad this year, and 3 were on their second exchange. This is not unusual for the program. Many students have visited both countries and continue to have close ties to their host families. Several have given back to the program by returning as chaperones. We have lots to celebrate. I personally thank the citizens of Chino for their generous donation to our community after last year's floods. 2015 will be the 25th anniversary of our sister city relationship with Chino, and they are ready to celebrate with us. We also continue to build our relationship with Ciudad Guzman in Mexico, and 2 of their city council members visited with their delegation this summer. While our primary focus is on the student exchange, we also participate in many local events. We participate in Dia de los Muertos, Inclusive Communities, and Unity in the Community as a few examples. I would like to thank you for your continued support. Giving both our local and visiting ambassadors an opportunity to meet with you this summer is an invaluable experience for them. Longmont's investment in future potential leaders and cultural understanding will pay off. We respectfully request funding in the amount of $32,520 per our request last May. To supplement these funds, we also work at CU football games, host the Ed Green Dinner in the spring, and submit grant applications when possible. We would like to do more. With more funding, we would like to be a part in the rebuilding of the Tower of Compassion at Kanemoto Park. We would like to bring back the Japanese Cherry Blossom Festival and expand our program to include more arts and cultural opportunities between the three cultures. Thank you again for your continued support.
Any questions? Councilmember Levinson?
Yes, I have one question. Last year, it looks like your request was 20, oh my gosh, my eyes are terrible. Less than it is this year. So why you're requesting the increase?
Well, first of all, expenses continue to rise in airfare. We help pay for our chaperones, which is an important safety feature of our program. We also, just the cost of activities for the exchange continue to rise, and that's why we're reaching out and looking for new sources of funds.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Also, didn't the city choose someone else to do, you made money before on Rhythm on the River,
Correct.
And the city did not choose you to do that? So you lost revenue from us?
That's correct. I'm not too familiar with the early history of the program, but I understand that Sister Cities was very involved in starting Rhythm on the River. And as times changed, so did the funding opportunities for us. We were given an opportunity to do the Air Expo beer garden. However, was not quite as profitable. Yeah, we barely broke even on that. It's just not a great fit for an air show to have a beer garden, particularly when you look at who flies in, they can't drink. So we are looking for new sources of funding. As I mentioned, we started doing the CU football games as an alternate source for us.
You guys, I know the committee works, the hours that you guys put in volunteering and raising funds and helping is just incredible to me. And I think this is money well spent.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bagley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. And just keep in mind, I'm Yvonne's husband.
Yes.
Don't hate me. I'm going to ask some tough questions.
Go for it.
Okay. So how many Longmont students, how many of the kids from Longmont do we actually send each year to Chino and to Ciudad Guzman?
This year it was 7 to each country.
So we spend $32,000 on 14 kids?
No.
I mean, I'm just saying that from Longmont.
Right. So the children that travel pay for their own expenses.
Okay.
What the money from Longmont goes to is to support chaperone expenses, insurance, and the activities here in our host country. When the students go, for example, to Japan, it's over $2,000 to travel. When we're in Japan, our Japanese sister city pays for all of the local activities, and we do the same in exchange.
Right. I'm just saying that,
right.
But we have 14 kids.
Right.
And the city spends $32,000. I realize they raise their own money, but the city's spending about a little over $2,000 per. No, yeah.
There's some other benefits to the city.
What are they? Help us.
Yeah, I can certainly help you with that. When our visitors come here, there's economic and cultural opportunities as part of the exchange. For example, this year Mexico sent 2 of their city councilmen. There are opportunities for the host families to spend money in the local community, and I would love to quantify that, but I can tell you that there's lots of activities that go on outside of the money invested here to show our visitors a good time in local restaurants and retail. Those are a couple of examples I can give you.
And then I guess the other question I have is, do we provide money to either Japan or Mexico, scholarships for their students to come here?
We do through the Ed Green Dinner, not through the city funds.
Okay.
We pay for $3,000 a year to bring students from Mexico here who otherwise could not afford to do this.
Okay, so the money that you spend, or the Sister Cities Association spends on the students, does not come from that $32,000 or your listed budget.
No.
But through the Ed Green Dinner.
Right, through the Ed Green Dinner, we raise about $5,000 for our program.
Okay, and in your opinion, are the benefits that we get from international exchanges with these 2 cities worth the continued expense and headache that I'm certain that many of you go through every year?
What I can say is it's an opportunity for us to invest in future leaders of this community. And the earlier that children are exposed to foreign cultures, the more understanding they have and the more tolerance that's developed. And that's something we could certainly use these days.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I don't have just a question. Where'd he go? Assistant City Manager Sean Lewis.
Oh, I know he was just in Chino.
And that's the question I have. Sean.
We're waiting for Sean to come
Sure.
back.
I'll defer to Councilmember Christensen if she has a question.
Councilmember Christensen.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I think it's also important to remember that it's not just the 14 students we send, it's also the students that come here, and it's all their families, their friends, their schools who are informed about this. And it's a broader community that's actually benefiting from this than just 14 people.
That's a really good point. And while we're waiting for Sean, I can give you a personal experience. My son went to Mexico in 2012 as an ambassador. He bonded so closely with his family that he earned the money to return in 2013, brought his host brothers back to visit us again. He again applied in 2014 and is now working to earn the money to travel to Japan in 2015. That's the level of commitment that he has to this program and the depth of the experience for him. As I mentioned, I was the chaperone this year in Japan, and while we were there, our kids were put under intense media scrutiny. We were in the paper every single day. We had a film crew that followed us an entire day of the exchange, and we're featured on the local news twice. So it's very well thought of in our foreign cities. I know we don't have that presence quite as much as Longmont, but maybe we should.
I can speak from personal experience. We hosted a student from Denmark for 6 months at our house, and it was the most incredible experience. It was just a great experience for both myself and our wife, and it was a great experience for the kid. And yeah, Oscar was just amazing. So we really enjoyed that. And so if this program is even 1/3 of that experience for these kids that come here, it's got to be an amazing program. Councilmember Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Hi, Sean. And I know you went to Japan on your own, but you also visited Chino on your own. And having visited both, I visited Ciudad Guzman for about 36 hours, and then visited Chino for about 4 days. But you went to Chino. Can you, with the sister city relationship that we have with Chino, can you give a little bit of insight? Had we not had a sister city in Chino, I mean, you wouldn't have gone to Chino, but two, can you just give a little bit of insight how that relationship worked out when you went, and just a brief. I know you gave a presentation at council when you were there, but can you just give a little bit of insight about how that worked out when you were there, and how this might all benefit Longmont with economic development with sister cities?
Mayor Coombs, Councilmember Santos, I was able to go about 2 months ago to Japan and did spend a day in Chino. What struck me was the importance that they put on the relationship there. Certainly we put a lot of importance on it here, but in working with sister cities and other communities, sometimes it's a one-sided relationship, and what struck me is how important this is to them as well as to us. Certainly the cultural, I think, exchange is the primary focus, and the youth exchange, but it's interesting, the Advanced Longmont report, which is our strategic plan for economic development that just came out, it recommends really trying to emphasize and leverage those relationships with Chino to benefit us economically, to get potentially additional trading partners. As you know, Longmont has a long history with a relationship with Japan, and using the sister city relationship and some of those older relationships, we do think that there are some opportunities. But The city, another way that they seem to really desire more exchange was between city staff. And so my getting to meet with some of the department heads there was apparently kind of a novel thing, because we have not traditionally had a lot of city staff. I know Rigo went, but, kind of department heads and city council members, I think that they really enjoy and relish that, because, again, we can learn from each other in terms of how our government works and how community development and economic development in both communities work.
When Mayor Baum and I went several years ago, I mean, it had been years since a mayor had gone. I think it was Mayor Leona Stacker was the only other mayor that had ever been. So, and they were, in fact, as my understanding, both cities are requesting council members and mayors to attend both cities. So, they want us, and not that we like to travel the world, but I mean, but they do want staff. They want that interaction, to have that dialogue, and also want to see how we do things here, and for us to see how they do things there. So, thank you. So.
Okay, I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for your presentation, Janice.
Thank you. Okay, and next we have Doug Ward, I believe, from the Symphony Orchestra, and he's going to cover the next two items.
Mayor Coombs, council members, Doug Ward, President of the Board of Longmont Symphony, and I'm substituting for our Executive Director, Kay Lloyd, who is at rehearsal tonight for our opening concert on Saturday. I spent several hours over the last few days looking at the budget. 601 pages. I didn't spend enough time to go through every page, but just looking through some of the highlights. And I was struck by a couple of things. If I'm reading correctly, some of the really difficult challenges that seem to be represented in the budget. If I'm reading correctly, there were year-over-year reductions in safety, wellness, community services, youth services, community events, and heaven forbid, even the mayor and city council line item appears to have a year-on-year reduction. So I certainly understand, if I'm understanding correctly, see the challenge that the city's under with the budget, and appreciate those challenges. And with that said, I certainly would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the many years of support. The Symphony is approaching 50 years in the community, and it's been because of community support that the Symphony has been able to thrive and grow. We view ourselves as having kind of two constituencies, if you will. We have the constituency of patrons who come to Vance Brand Auditorium for our concerts, and we believe it's our obligation to put on as fine a production for those patrons as we possibly can. And our largest single expense in being able to do that is the Vance Brand Auditorium. In fact, that's our largest single expense period of our entire budget, is that line item. We also have a second constituency we recognize, and that's the constituency of people, including the city of Longmont and SCFD and foundations and individuals who donate to the Symphony but may never appear in Vance Brand Auditorium. But yet, for different reasons, they recognize or have an appreciation for the value of the Symphony in the community, so they make donations in our behalf. For that constituency, what we understand is both an opportunity and obligation, and that is to provide value outside of the concert hall. And we have at our disposal, capable people on the board and staff members and musicians. And so it has been our opportunity and a challenge to ourselves to reach out and serve the community in different ways. And one of those is certainly with our school outreach programs, which include Adopt a School, Mentors in Music, the fifth grade concert, and those others which have been going on for years. But we also recognize that there's other places in the community we serve, and we have a partnership with the Our Center, where by using our resources we provide meals through the Our Center, as well as funding to the Our Center from our supporters. We also have been looking for opportunities to do new things in new areas, and I noticed we've had the youth center people here. We talked a year or so ago about a desire that existed through some of the kids in the youth center and some of the kids over on the east side of the city who wanted to learn how to play Maharaji music. So we have been working for a year. It's been going slower than we had hoped, but pardon me, to provide an opportunity for these young people to learn to play Maharaji music. And I think we're getting close. We've got a teacher now who's willing to do it. And so we look to be able to, in the next few months, to be able to start that program. So we're continuing to look for opportunities to reach out and support the community, again, using our resources to do things that we can do to support things outside the concert hall. So as I look at those areas like community services, youth services, and community events, those where they represent challenges of the budget in the community represent opportunities to us to be able to use our resources to help in those areas, provide services that may not be possible with the budget cuts. So we have requested two line items. One line item is for the 4th of July concert. Many of you go to that and recognize I think it's one of the popular events. It grows every year. In fact, we're running close out of our picnic space at the park, but I think it's one of the premier events of Longmont, the 4th of July concert. The other is $20,000 for Vance Brand, and again, as I mentioned, Vance Brand is our single most largest expense item in our budget. And to the extent that we are able to offset that expense on Vance Brand, it provides then the flexibility for us to do other programs that I've talked about. School outreach programs, community outreach programs, and that kind of thing. So that's our request for the year. Again, thank you for your support, and I'm sure, I can't imagine that any of you would miss the opening concert on Saturday nights to hear Brian smiling. I'm sure he's going to be there, but to miss the opportunity for opening night. So entertain any questions.
Anybody have any questions? I can say personally, I really enjoy that 4th of July day. That's a great community event. So, Councilmember Bradley?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Just my only question is, so what I'm wondering is just the Vance Brand Auditorium is there. Mm-hmm. What does the $20,000 exactly get used for?
We pay approximately $40,000 a year to use that
so it's basically rental costs to the school district. All right, cool. Thank you.
Rental and staff. So it's about $40,000. So this offsets about 50% of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Kimberly McKee with the DDA.
Thank you, Mayor Combs and member of council. I'm here for two requests for downtown. The first one is for a joint ask between the Longmont Downtown Development Authority and a new organization called Downtown Longmont Community Ventures. Downtown Longmont Community Ventures is an organization that we created about 2 years ago as part of our Arts Entertainment District plan. It is a 501c3 that we're using to as our sustainability efforts for our creative district. We did establish it as a 501c3 and then started working with the Longmont Community Foundation as a donor-advised fund to give us the help and support we needed as we got established. As you know, we recently got designated by the state altogether as a creative district, and it's something that we have worked very hard for. One of the major things that we needed to do was create a sustainability plan. We have adopted a sustainability plan, which is about 3 to 4 years to help make the Longmont Creative District stand on its own. A big part of that is through this sustainability. Looking at grants, looking at relationship building, looking at that district plan and how we establish it and how we set metrics and make sure that we're going along in the right path is very important. And so what we would like to do is ask council to contribute $20,000 in one-time funding to help get the sustainability plan off of the ground and help get Downtown Longmont Community Ventures have the traction that it needs. Right now it uses the same staff as the DDA, which is really just me because none of the other staff work on it. And we do have a board. This plan really talks about how we enhance that board and change that board and make sure it's all of the right partners that we need The mission of the organization is to promote downtown vibrancy through arts, culture, and economic development. We did write the plan for downtown ventures to be broader than just the creative district plan. So as we do come up against other redevelopment opportunities within our downtown, that we need a nonprofit partner, this organization will be able to do that. So if down the line we ever raise funds and need to acquire property or do different things like that, we modeled it off of downtown Denver and downtown Colorado Springs, who have similar organizations, to make sure that in the long run we can use this as a tool to accomplish all of our downtown goals. It will specifically be centered around that creative district. So we did get $10,000 from the state through our Do Creative District grant, and we will also be using those funds for downtown Longmont Community Ventures. We feel the best way to use one-time money is to have it make more money, and so we are really going to be working to get the traction that we need. Some of the things that we'll be doing is establishing downtown ventures. After 3 years, we will be going after SCFD funding, working with the state to really open up many different avenues of funding for what we're doing. So that is a little bit of the plan. I can email you all the plan. It is something that's relatively new. We did submit it to the state as part of our reapplication to become a creative district. And when they talked to me, they said not only was it a great plan, but they were going to send it to the other districts as a template as to what a sustainability plan should look like. So we're really proud of that. I heard loud and clear that one-time funding was not for the same thing, and so I appreciate all the support that you have always given us for Festival on Main and those type of things, but we did not come back for an ask for that. We are changing this, and hopefully through Downtown Ventures we can raise additional funds for Festival on Main, and so those are the kind of things that we'll be looking at. We did, however, ask for $5,000 again for the holiday lighting in downtown. The holiday lighting is really something that brings great life through the holiday season to our downtown, to all of our wonderful merchants, makes it a great place to be. Through our placemaking efforts in our creative district, that's a really big deal. We invested in an artificial tree that really looks great, and miraculously it grew like 6 feet because we added more rings to the bottom. And so we continue trying to really enhance that. With our new alleys and breezeways, we're enhancing lighting there as well. And I do just want to say we keep the lighting up through Valentine's Day in February for the second Friday. We did invest in white lights, so we aren't forgetful that our Christmas lights are up. But it just brings so much happiness and lighting to the downtown area. We do which is not anything holiday related, but just leave the white lights up through February, just to kind of add that sense of place and atmosphere we want on our main street. So I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Councilman Christensen.
I'm very big on leaving my lights up for a long, long time, too. I think it really makes the winter a lot nicer. And you guys do a great job. So this is, the $20,000 is to fund, is it a part-time person or a full-time person?
It would be a contract person, so I would anticipate they would work,
And there'll be, a lot of what they'll be doing is looking for other grants and things like that.
Yeah, there'll be some grant research, some relationship building out in the community as a new organization, making sure that people know what we're doing and what we're about, but also helping with the logistics of creating the board, finishing the bylaws. We have that, but we felt through the sustainability plan it needed some tweaks to really be as beneficial as it could be for our community.
Right, and sometimes one person who can be more dedicated to that than you. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, Kimberly, I'm appreciative that you changed it up.
Thank you.
From a different type of ask, and that you leave some lights up a little bit past the holiday season. In fact, where's Friesner? I know I saw Jeff Friesner here somewhere. There he is. And I saw Tom Rodiotis. So, the lights that are in Roosevelt Park for the holiday season, you can leave those up in the trees because they, throughout the year, they actually make the park really look nice as well. So thanks. Just a suggestion, because that's not direction, because you need 3 more.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I guess I'm asking the hard questions tonight. So let's suppose that those of us who do not own restaurants downtown And by the way, if I go out of business, I can, for criminal stuff, I can always sue restaurants for undercooked chicken, man. Yeah, slips and falls, thank you. I won't mention any. Anyway, so so my question is, so how do you, what about all the other business owners in town who don't have property or businesses in downtown? I'm all for beautifying and making sure that Old Town Longmont becomes a strength and a draw, and it's beautiful, I get that. But where do you think we should draw the line between subsidizing those property owners and those of us who don't own property downtown or businesses downtown?
Subsidizing the property owners as far as?
I guess what I'm saying is, I can understand holiday lights, but what I'm asking is the $20,000 give that goes directly to benefit downtown, that chunk of Main Street, couple blocks off, it's going to benefit, yes, all the community, but there are specific business owners and property owners that are benefiting more than, say, somebody who's on North Main or far South Main or out east or out west. So my question is, if the city is subsidizing downtown, where should we draw the line? Why the $20,000? Why would it be fair to give to downtown as $20,000 when we're not donating to other economic epicenters in town?
So I would prefer to say enhancing as opposed to subsidizing.
That's okay. That's a good answer right there. Keep going.
Thank you. When we decided to adopt and invest in downtown, and especially invest in it as a creative district, that does have to come with defined boundaries. Your entire community, it can't be your entire community. There has to be defined boundaries as to what you're looking at, so you can get a synergy and a sense of place and what's going on. Downtowns have historically been the cores of communities, the heart, the soul, the living room of the community, and it's a place for all of the rest of the community to gather. It is certainly our oldest building stock. It's certainly some of the hardest to maintain, and it's also the place where folks come to get their governmental services. It's really the heart of everything that we do. If you don't take care of your heart, you can't take care of the rest of your community. And so I really do believe it needs to be the place that we come, that we gather, that we all identify with. And we would invite all of those other business owners and property owners to come. And that's why we try to give it a sense of place and enhance for the whole community.
Thank you, Ms. McKee. That was very, very well presented information, and that was not planned between the two of us. No. Thank you very much.
I heard a really good presentation on NPR about the relationship between a creative arts district and how communities that have this have, more entrepreneurs, they have more high-tech jobs, more startup businesses, just that relationship. And it really shocked me, that strong correlation in those communities. So I think some of the bleed off on, doing this downtown enhances the whole community by fostering that type of creative district. Because creativity is not just art, but it's everything. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for saying that. And the one thing that I do try to say is our creative district is for engineers, it's for software developers, it's for everything. So, it's not just fine arts and traditional arts. It's really anyone who's creative. And I think every business on Main Street does things creatively, even our tax accountants. Yeah, especially now.
Why don't you push it? It doesn't work downtown.
Well, thank you. Also, other questions? So thank you, Kimberly. Good presentation.
And with the Firehouse Arts Center, Jessica Kuhlman.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Coombs. My name is Jessica Koyman. I'm here on behalf of the Firehouse Arts Center, the Executive Director, and I wanted to introduce our Board President, Giselle Lehman. She's going to speak a little bit about what we've been up to.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Coombs. Thank you for having us here tonight. We're really excited to talk about all the things that were happening. in the Firehouse Art Center. And it is an art center, it's not just a gallery. And with being an art center, there's a lot that goes with it, and a lot of it has to do with education. We've taken on adult education this year. Of course, our focus has been mainly kids. Kids and the arts go hand in hand. Breeding our next round of artists is very important, especially as a creative district. Downtown is a destination for the arts. We want to make sure that it continues to be so you foster that in children. We've got sorry, this isn't nerve-wracking at all.
We like to be a tag team, and that's kind of why we decided to do this together, because it takes a lot to run a nonprofit organization, as you all know, and so she's been with me ever since I took over as executive director, so we're tag teaming tonight. Our teen program is something that we've been working really hard on this past year. We received $8,000 in funding from you guys last year, which we really appreciated, and we were able to put back into developing a teen program.
And that's been super important, because we keep hearing time and time again that there's not enough going on for teens here in Longmont. So what we did is we went to the teens and we asked them, what is it that you want? And basically what they said, they want space. They want space and things that they're not doing in school. And we can provide that for them. So that's one area that we're super excited about. For the smaller kids, we've got a Saturday art experience that takes place the first and fourth Saturdays of every month. We also have a partnership with La Casa de Esperanza that meets on Monday nights. And we're hoping with some of the funds that we can gather this year that we can form partnerships beyond just that one entity and offer it to many more kids. Also, one of our plans is to create art anywhere, art everywhere. Of course, we know downtown is the place for art, and we love that we have people coming in and out of the firehouse all the time. However, what about the art deserts? What about these neighborhoods that don't get downtown? We want to make sure that they can experience art, either their kids, their families, celebrate different cultures. We want this experience to go to them as well.
We're also, in our letter that we wrote talking about adult education, we're kind of trying to take a new approach on adult education rather than having another drawing class or another painting class for adults. We want to try to educate every adult that comes into the firehouse or that's in the downtown area for art walks. And by doing that, what I mean when I say that is that when adults come in and they take a look around the gallery, I don't want them to just look at the art. I want to provide an interaction with them and talk to them more about what they're seeing and do they understand what they're seeing, and have we've talked about setting up a learning lounge where people can not only just browse through the gallery, but they can stop in an area that's a little bit quieter and have a seat and look at an iPad or something that goes further into the artist's work or similar art created by those types of artists. So that's kind of our learning lounge adult education take that we're trying to move forward this year.
Hand in hand with that, gaining access to what inspired the artist whose art is on the wall, I think is very, very important. That way you're not just in the gallery space looking at what is presented for this month, but you can go and research further. What were the inspirations for this show?
So yeah, that's kind of a rundown of what we've been up to, and we have increased our ask this year because we are trying to do bigger and better things, including adding new technologies, adding more teachers, and more outreach to the community. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I do have a question. I noticed when Kimberly was talking about the ventures, they have a sustainability plan so that eventually they won't have to ask for money. Do you guys have any sort of sustainability plan?
Always looking for that sustainability piece, especially with grants coming down, and the ability to gather money. What we want to do is we want to keep these programs affordable or ideally free. And so sustainability is something that we are constantly working on. Do we have the exact precise plan that I can say, here it is? No, it's constantly a work in progress.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. How's fundraising? going? I mean, you guys are asking for $4,000 more than last year. Last year, I asked some hard questions because you guys had some issues last year. So how's fundraising going?
It's going great.
Well, I'm glad it's going great, but there's no indication about how that is going in your letter.
So when I took over, it was really obvious that we couldn't just, find one source of income, and so that was a priority. So this year we have grant money coming in, we have funding money, individual donors, we have sponsorship money coming in. It's individual donations, and it is coming from all those angles. So
what percentage?
Right now we have.
You're asking for $4,000 more over last year. So, I guess is. So,
I don't know the exact percentage, but our grant funding for this year is about $25,000. Our individual donors are about $5,000, and I would say that sponsorship is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 6 to 8. I don't have the percentages, but just off the top of my head.
And the Scientific and Cultural Facilities District grants, we
Yes.
got last year, so how are you doing for this year?
Sorry, say that again. You want to know?
So the Science and Cultural Facilities District grant,
Right.
how is that going for this year?
We asked for 11. They've recommended 9,500.
Okay. So you got in for this year, because I think last year you didn't get in for it, correct?
No, we did last year as well.
You did get in for it
Yeah.
last year, okay.
We got $6,500 last year.
All right. So, but my concern is the $4,000 ask, you're looking to upgrade for technology. Is that right?
The animal education program in general, more teachers and more technology, software, those types of things, yeah.
So what's your ask for 2016 going to be? Is it going to be more?
I mean, it doesn't have to be, it depends on where you guys fall, I know it's hard, and I know it's hard to make these decisions, so we appreciate anything that you guys are willing to do to support us, absolutely.
Speaking of fundraising, come join us for our Katrina Ball. It's our fundraiser on October 24th.
That's a good plug. I'm not sure. I would be willing to fund you at the 8 from last year. You haven't sold me on the 12 yet.
Councilmember Burley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I've ticked off my wife with Sister Cities. Let's go for my 16-year-old daughter, Danny, who loves you guys.
You got fingers and everything.
Oh, yeah, you're not kidding. So I guess my concern is that my understanding is that what we don't see in that 12,000 is the city basically enhances or subsidizes the Firehouse Arts Center because we basically provide you with free rent, correct? What is that worth? Do we know what that was worth?
It's worth a great deal. I don't know if we can put on monetary value.
We don't know the quantifiable number. So I guess my question is, I know that, part of the greatness about downtown is I love the art galleries, I love the Firehouse Arts Center, I love the art walks, we've got Longmont Council for the Arts, we've got art in public places. My question is, I've always wondered, what makes the Firehouse Arts Center different and, may I say, special? Why are we giving you free rent, and why are we now giving you $12,000? And we wouldn't necessarily do that for some of the private galleries or some of the other, crockpots, or what is it? Crackpots. Or, there's a lot of artsy, type of facilities and stores and things to do downtown. Why not subsidize them and subsidize the Firehouse Arts Center?
I'll start us off on this one. You're talking to two very passionate people, so be prepared. We could very well take free rent, and we would be very grateful for it, and we could rest on our laurels, and we could sit there and be happy with that, but that's not us. What we want to do is we want to continue to move, continue to improve, continue to engage, continue to inspire. And that takes time and people and energy and money.
I think one thing too, speaking of Danny, is
That's not fair.
the education side of the things that we're talking about mostly tonight, and the funding is reaching out to the youth, to the teenagers. I feel like it's kind of an underserved area as far as the other art galleries and stuff downtown. And that's where, too, I love the collaboration that we're doing downtown. I hate to say that, we're doing anything, so much dramatically different, but again, it's the education part that I go back to, is that I have been trying to, as the curator, I've been trying to showcase more art that isn't as easy art. I guess it's a little more challenging to the viewers to talk a little bit more about what is art and what are the different types of art. For example, we had a street art show this summer and got really great feedback on, just how interesting it was to see that in a gallery. And back to the youth and the teen program, that's really one thing that we really are focusing on a lot, because teens have a hard time finding a place that they can go, that they can feel comfortable, and a place to foster their creativity is really important to us. So,
thank you. Good answer.
and we all collaborate so much with all the other organizations downtown, and Longmont in general. I'm a part of an organization that is an umbrella of Boulder County, and what I hear a lot from all these other art liaisons is that Longmont's doing a really great job of the collaboration and supporting the arts. So I think we should be really proud about that.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. So the budget you presented in the council packet in your letter actually only shows an education budget for $18,500. How does that $12,000 fit into that? Maybe a better question is, what's your total budget?
Yeah.
And then why did you give us the education budget? And what's the relevance of the $12,000 to both?
It's I can give you our full budget if you'd like to see that from last year. We're still working on our 2015 budget. It's, again, talking about the teachers and art supplies, a little bit of marketing, and the software coordination. Our actual budget is a little bit higher, so we just thought, let's actually put in what our actual education budget is instead of just saying 12,000 is here or there. This is our actual education budget. So,
what's your total budget for 2014?
That's a tough question to ask me. I don't know off the top of my head. I'm going to have to look that number up for you. I'm sorry.
We can send that to you by email.
This is 2014, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess.
Well, numbers aren't my strong point. I'm an artist, so I could tell you a number, or I could go back and look at it, and I could get $50,000 off. So that's why I don't want to throw something out there.
I guess my concern is you are the executive director. Those are things that I would expect you to know off the top of your head. And when you're asking for public money, we're getting a public benefit. I'm not arguing that point, but I would like to see that we have our finances in order and make sure we understand how we're going to use the money and where it's going to go and what's the benefit to the community. And I was hoping for some answers and not have to give you a lecture. But I don't like the answers that I got there. So
Please understand that just because if they were in front of us, we could answer very, very well. However, we didn't bring it, and we apologize, and we'll make sure that you have those answers in hand tomorrow morning.
Right.
I advocate that we fund the $12,000. We cut back last year. I also see that you've rebuilt confidence with SCFD, where they gave you a lower amount in 2013. They've increased your funding by $3,000 over the amount in 2014. The other point I'd like to make for council members is teens have money. And when they come down to do something at the firehouse, they are likely to stay and buy, I know my teen, coffee, stuff in the stores, any number of other benefits. And I think that just as we were not asking as challenging questions to some other organizations, I think that we can have some more tangibles here. And I just hope that you maybe take some time and collect some of these metrics as far as, ask the people who come for your programs, have they eaten lunch before they came? Did they eat lunch downtown? Did they spend money? Are they going across the street to buy a gift? Are they going to go somewhere else and do business downtown? that would be another piece of information that would be useful to us to know, is there an additional benefit beyond the what you've stated thus far. And then, I also want to acknowledge that, we heard from sister cities that costs have gone up. I can imagine. I know art supplies, due to the different materials that are being used, can fluctuate in cost too. So I know probably not $4,000, but I do support the request for $12,000. But you really do have to do a better job at know those facts off the top of your head, and you need to improve in that area. However, I do support the 12,000 request.
We do have, I just want to say too, the interaction that we do have with our guests that come to the gallery for events do often say that they are downtown doing other things and having dinner. And our film program, we've partnered with Breakers Grill, for example. They offer a free appetizer if you come down to Breakers after the film program. So.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Last year we did fully fund the $8,000 request. There was no cut over my objections because they couldn't answer the same questions we're asking tonight. So I'm not making any motions because that's not what we're doing tonight. We're just asking questions. And yes, it would be very advantageous to have and know those things at the top of your head, as most of the executive directors will do. And we're probably asking some of the same questions for the next applicant about some of the things that they're going to ask for too.
Sorry.
Because they're new. But, and I will stress again, we did, Councilmember Levison, fully fund the $8,000 request that they asked for over my objections because they could not answer the same questions that we're asking tonight.
But did you object to it?
I did object to it last year. I did object to it last year, Councilmember Bagley, because they could not answer the same questions we're asking tonight.
Okay, well, I don't see any other people in the queue, so thank you for your presentation.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And next we have Scott Converse from Tinkermill.
What do you want? Yeah. I do have something to say.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I didn't know I wasn't supposed to do a presentation, so I made one. But I'll do it in 5 minutes.
So I just want to disclose that I am a member of Tinkermill, and at this stage of the game, I feel like I can be objective and probably could be a resource for other council members on what's going on at Tinkermill.
Okay, thank you.
I could just do this.
Member.
So, Mayor, Council, we're doing some technology work for the presentation. Can you bring that back up?
Is there a robot involved?
I'm not sure if there's a robot involved. I know there's a something like this. I think that's from the 3D printer, actually. One of the things I did want to talk about is obviously what you see in this is you see the 4th of July fireworks show in this list. One of the things that we were doing is we were working through the budget and engaging in the budget prioritization process. This number has been embedded in the public safety budget. And so when we were trying to figure out where do we put this in the sense of from the accounting standpoint, we really felt that this needed to be an item that we brought to council for discussion with council in terms of where we go with this and how we move forward. Obviously, when we were looking at this in the scope of the public safety budget and we were looking at the priority-based budgeting compared to the other items in that budget, there was a drastic difference. One of the things that I do want to point out in this is that this is $27,000. This is a contribution that the city makes. In addition to that, the Kiwanis make a $15,000 contribution to the event itself. And so if there's any questions regarding the fireworks, I will be happy to answer those, or we also have folks from public safety that can answer the questions.
One quick question. Do a lot of overtime from police and fire, I would imagine, because of fireworks?
I am going to talk to Craig about that one, because typically what we're trying to do right now in overtime in general is we're trying to, and you will see this in the operational budget when we talk about this, because there is a significant increase in ongoing dollars where we're trying to deal with that piece. In terms of this specific event, I don't know, but I know we do have overtime costs associated with it, because obviously we have to bring in officers for traffic control in that event. Craig, do you know what the number is?
Well, I don't need exact. I was just hypothetically. I mean, is it a huge?
So there is an overtime cost. Teresa, is that calculated in this 27, or this is just for the fireworks? This just the fireworks. So the overtime would be in addition to the fireworks expense.
Okay, I guess we're ready for Tinkermill.
No worries.
You want to play with it first?
We brought a timer. So, basically, what is Tinkermill? It's a makerspace, and the reason I did this was that I'm new at this. I haven't done this before with you guys, so I figured it'd be easier just to shoot through this guy. Basically, it's a collaboration. It's a way of collaborating between technology, art, and business. It is a place that has a lot of different kinds of people in it. We're made up of about 70% technical people, engineers, software, product designers, entrepreneurs, artists, artisans, teachers, a whole bunch of different kinds of people. 70% engineering, 20% artists and artisans, about 10% business people, family, kids. So we're the largest makerspace in this 7-state region. So what does that mean? That means we know of about 3 dozen of these in this area, in this 7-state region. And it was formed in June of 2013. We have about 130 paying members right now. We have about 400 general members on our mailing lists and that show up for meetings and classes and other assorted stuff. We have about 7,500 square feet of space that's filled with tools. We have lots of classes there and workshops and events. And we are self-sustaining now. We have been self-sustaining since day one. We've never taken a grant, and frankly, this is an interesting experience for us. So, we are 501c3. We got that in mid-July, I think, and it goes retroactive back to June of 2013. So what you just played with there, what we passed around, was a 3D printout from a 3D printer at Tinkermill. So it's an innovation center. It's a place where you can make things. You can prototype new products. You can create new companies. If you take a look here, this is the one on the left is a essential oil extractor. Most of those pieces were made at Tinkermill or designed at Tinkermill, and that essentially takes a biological material and it turns it into an essential oil. So it's used for things like medicinal purposes, for gourmet foods, for coffee shops, for alternative medicine, and basically it's a vacuum chamber that fits on your kitchen counter. Sounds benign, but you'd be amazed at the things you can do with that. Next to that is a data center that sits on your desktop. That dollar bill shows you the relative size of it. That is a supercomputer. 9 years ago, that would have been the most powerful computer on the planet, right there. And you could run all of Longmont Community Hospital with that one stack of systems right there. And that was invented at and is being developed at Tinkermill. It's also a community workshop. We have a complete wood shop. We have a complete metal shop. We have a bunch of low-end 3D printers as well as a small laser cutter. We've got electronics benches, robotics, metalsmithing, textile shops. We've got a CNC tools, kilns, ceramics, basically tons and tons of tools to build and make and create with. So really what we do is we share things. We share knowledge and we share tools. And the reason we do that is we learn from that, we teach each other, and we create new things. So just an example, as of today, we had 766 classes and events over the last 12 months. And over the next about 2 to 3 months, we have 240 classes and events scheduled, and about 80 in October alone. And that's accelerating right now. The reason being is that everyone at Tinkermill is an expert at something, and all of us can teach it. So We're also putting Longmont to some degree on the map. This is, we had the Korean broadcasting system in last month, and they are doing they're the equivalent of the BBC for South Korea, and they are doing an innovation documentary, and they're featuring Tinkermill as well as the city of Longmont. And this is going to be shown at, for instance, Samsung Corporate. It's going to be on, so they told us 200 times over the next 2 years on their public broadcasting system equivalent. So we're going to get a huge amount of exposure in Asia that way. The Raspberry Pi Foundation, which invented this thing called a Raspberry Pi. It's a $35 computer that was originally created to teach girls in Africa how to program. It is a full-blown computer, costs $35, and now is being made in the millions. And they came to America to talk to 5 different groups, and we were one of them. So we're getting both a local, state, a national, and now to some degree a global reputation. So how can you help? Well, they said to me, what do you need from Longmont? So there's a whole bunch of things that we could get from Longmont, but what we put together was a few things. First, you have a gigabit network coming. We would like, hi Tom, we would like very much to have that installed at our main facility at 1840 Delaware. What we'll do with that is, for instance, the first thing we'll do is have a gigabit hackathon for the city, which will promote the gigabit network. It will show what people can do with a gigabit network from a development perspective. We'll get somewhere between 50 to 100 developers from around Boulder County. And that will also be something that we can start to build products and companies on top of. We're asking that you contribute a $60,000 one-time fee, and this is truly one-time. Because honestly, we won't. Yeah, well, the reality is you can only buy this stuff once, right? So, you know, we truly don't. If we can get this is good for probably 3 to 5 years at a minimum before you even have to start upgrading. And what we want to do is to create a fab lab, a fabrication laboratory. And that thing I just handed around, this is an example of the kind of thing you can fabricate. As you may have noticed, it's rough around the edges. It's not what you would call production quality, and it's not something that you could build a true prototype for a business off of, because our equipment is essentially amateur equipment. It's hobbyist equipment that we use today. So what we wanted to do is put together a fab lab that was using real equipment, used large format laser cutters, used larger format 3D printers with different processes. And if we have this, we'll be able to teach basic, intermediate, as well as advanced prototyping techniques. And we would all would be open to the public. The way Tinkermill works is all of our classes are available to the public. Many of them are free, and most of them are pretty darn cheap. So it's a way of getting at knowledge and information that you can't get anywhere else. And the people that teach at these classes are experts. We have a dozen double E's. We've got several PhDs in things from molecular biology to artificial intelligence. And we have a 12-year-old who knows how to design PCB boards. So, you know, it's a really interesting group of people. And the third and last piece of this was, you guys have lots of old equipment. We could definitely put that to use. We can repurpose it for classrooms. We can repurpose it for families with need. We take that equipment, we improve it, and we give it to families that don't have computers at home today. So there's a whole bunch of things that we believe we can do with that equipment that we know is often just sitting around in warehouses. So what does this do for you, really? What it does is it gives you access to these highly talented engineers, as well as developers and business people and artists. As you guys know, as I've told you before, I used to work for Apple. And if you have artists sitting next to engineers, you make beautiful products. I mean, that's what Apple does. It makes beautiful products because it knows how to put beauty into a product. And Tinkermill, to a large degree, was designed to do that. So it also gives you a hub for entrepreneurial ecosystems. So that's something Tinkermill is at the very base of, is putting in place a place you can innovate, a true innovation center. You can go there and you create. You can mess up. You can fail. You can bounce your ideas off people, and then you can try again. My time is up, according to my thing here. So, so that basically is the gist of it. Any questions?
Wow, that's truly amazing. And I think I would definitely support that, you know, being an engineer and realizing the relationship between art and engineering. I just think this is an amazing attribute for our city, and it's going to basically grow our economy potentially. So, Councilmember Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. But to be clear, it sounds like you're self-sufficient, and if we say no, what you're really not getting is your fab lab.
We'll be fine.
Okay, all right, I'm just wondering. Thank you.
Councilmember Santos?
Oh, I think it's a great idea as well. My question is, can you go back to... I don't know, can I? Yeah. You'll be able to.
What do you get?
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yep, stop. Go back. Oh, thank you. Please. So, install the gigabit network at ASAP. You're in phase 1.
February.
Right. No, I want mine now, too.
I know.
Tom!
I'm surprised he's here.
Third quarter 2015. My side of the neighborhood. Bonnie, you're in like phase 9. But the actual ask is free.
Yeah.
And you want commercial gigabit. Tom, how much is that worth? $800 a month. Are we giving anything away at this point? We're a startup. We're not giving anything away right now, are we? John.
What's the question?
I guess the question is, you have any sponsors that can, cover half that cost? Anything like that? I mean,
He's not asking for money for installing it, he just wants the connection.
We're just asking for the connection.
You want connection, or you actually would love to have the gigabit network installed, provided at no cost? You want it for free?
Yes.
Installed and monthly.
Oh no, we don't want it monthly.
He wants it for free. I read. We would love to have the gigabit network installed and provided at no cost at our primary location facility at 1840 Delaware Place. Right. Read the fine print. I highlighted it. Big and bold.
Yeah, the results you get for things like that are, what happens is that Tinkermill is sort of this, it's like a magnet.
Oh, well, I understand. I think that's a big magnet that's going to suck people to you.
I get that part. It's going to suck companies to Longmont is what it's going to do.
John, I get that, but, got somebody, I was arguing for $4,000 just a minute ago.
I was expecting that.
Exactly. But $800 a month for a gig for commercial. I mean,
we aren't commercial. We're a nonprofit.
How many nonprofits like a gig to their place for
Well, let's give it to them then, because it's not gonna. It's
give to one, have to give to all, and that's the problem. Then we have everybody asking.
So we have a thing at Tinkermill where we let 501c3s use Tinkermill to put classes on, but they only pay a very small amount of what their classes are. Everyone else pays a larger percentage of their class to use the space, for instance. But because they're a 501c3, they get a break. Are you saying that a 501c3 should be paying commercial rates?
Should we allow the 501c3 of the Humane Society, who will probably be using, if they come onto our system, they would be a commercial? Am I correct in that? The hospital is a 501c3, pretty much. They would be paying commercial rate.
All right, fair enough, as long as everybody's paying the same. But we're still asking.
I'll tell you something. Then I guess my answer would be no.
Yeah, figure that. So one thing I would like to say for anything else. Can I get all the Tinkermill members here to stand up? Fracking. Oh, wait. Flashback. And we lost about 10 before, because this took a lot longer than we thought. So, just to give you an example, this is about 80% of our members.
And I get it. So my suggestion would be is, since you haven't taken a grant, thinking I appreciate you all being here and staying with us this late. And guess what? We still have hours to go. Is to look into getting some sponsors for that. The $60,000, it's a hard swallow, man. I get it. One-time ask. I'm looking at you.
Oh, no, I truly believe that. I really do. We are continuing to grow. We started at 0 14 months ago. We're at 130-ish members now. So and it will continue to grow. So
If it's the one-time ask of 60, the donation of the old computers, we actually, if I'm not mistaken, we put those out to sell.
We actually use the old computers for the digital divide program in terms of getting those computers to folks that need them.
Okay. Or, give you one, but I won't give you two.
If I could pick one, could I pick it?
It's not going to be the gig. Won't be the gig, baby. Love you, but I don't love you that much.
All right.
No, and seriously, with the 501c, we get this quite a bit. Do this for me, and I have to say, we'd have to do it for all. And that's the most difficult thing to do when you sit in these chairs. And I'm going to have a hard swallow with 60, but again, we're not making motions tonight. We're just listening.
I think we're doing our public safety people a great service by letting everyone who would experiment in their garage with things they shouldn't be doing in residential neighborhoods come in. I mean, I think we get that value when I was speaking before around the community restorative justice program. A lot of the subjunctive. Well, we don't know what we would have prevented because we funded this. So I'm advocating from the use of, let's get people out of their garage and in there cross-pollinating with people that may not, meet if they're solitary engineers toiling away in a garage or in a basement, but get some energy around this. So many, and I think that while we do use our outdated computer equipment to the digital divide program, you're offering a service where you will put those computers to work training more people. And a lot of kids I know have come to learn coding at the downtown facility. And also you would be rehabbing those other computers and supporting the digital divide program. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I'm willing to take a chance on looking at maybe we can do a cost share on the gigabit monthly fees. I know that we're arguing about little bits and pieces tonight, but in the past we funded efforts at tens of thousands of dollars to provide support for organizations to market their websites. I'm looking back at some of the other past things. Grow Your Own Meal back in 2011, we gave them $10,000 when they asked for 20, and they really couldn't get it off the ground for $10,000 in reality. And we asked those same questions about, can't you find more sponsors? Having established an entity that's already gotten some traction, and it's very hard to get traction, like in the tech world, and I appreciate the effort. Excuse me?
In a short period of time.
In a short period of time. I also want to acknowledge that the hackathon that you and many other people gravitated towards, you've grown this out of that one event that we probably spent $10,000 on that hackathon. So look at what we've already gotten.
I raised most of them.
And you raised most of that. Thank you for reminding us that, too. So we know that, and many of us were. So we know that you have ability to raise money. You want some startup money. You want to get energy going. I'm willing to support the $60,000, but I also would like to see that maybe you don't get all of our old computer equipment, maybe half of it. And I would also support negotiating a special price, especially if you spin off companies that will pay full freight on the gigabit network. I think that we will reap some benefits, and after all, we're not asking to put up 4 city buildings and a certificate of participation and lease them back to support a retail development. So this is, a little bit lower risk than that, I think. And the other benefit is that we we get a kind of energy. And I know in the tech world, whoever does it first, just like in the retail world, whoever gets that territory carved out first keeps the territory. We saw what happened at Flatirons when they built Flatirons. They were first in the mega regional malls, and they will stay mega first. And I think that if we get first in the territory of this technology and having this energy in Longmont, we will stay first.
I just have to remind the rest of council not to single out anybody that we've got a lot of stuff to go through before we run up to 11 o'clock. So, we're not here to make, hard decisions tonight. We're just here to listen to the presentation and kind of give a flavor. So, Assistant City Manager Sandy.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I just wanted to kind of clarify. So we do run a digital divide program where we use the old computers, we refurbish them, and then we take them out to children in the St. Vrain Valley School District who need that internet access. We've helped to provide the internet access and provide the computers. This is something that our ETS folks do. Specifically, Jim Law does most of it personally. So I just wanted to confirm, are you saying that that's a program you'd be willing to run at that
We would,
point?
actually, but I also don't want to take it away from Jim if that's really what he wants to do. So, I mean, we didn't really know, when I wrote that, we didn't know he did that. So.
So one piece that we will have to look at, and I went over and asked Eugene some questions about rates and what that means in broad categories and bond covenants and some other pieces. So we're going to have to do some work in terms of, do you have to set a rate structure across the board? What does that look like? So obviously we're going to have to look into that a little bit to really understand what that means.
Okay.
And can I leave you with one thought? I'm being approached by cities all over the country asking, how do you set up a makerspace? Boulder came over and said, how do we set up a Boulder paid-for makerspace?
Wow.
In Boulder, down by the library. They're doing it.
Wow.
There are dozens of cities that are paying for this right now. Not the broadband, not the 60 grand of equipment, the building. They're building the building, and then they fund it at 6 figures plus per year. They understand the importance of what we're doing here. You have a jump start. You've got one of the biggest makerspaces in the country, in Longmont. Take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Councilmember Bagley, did you want to?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I just, and this comment isn't so much about the makers or the Tinker Mill or the makerspace. This is just a thought that I've had throughout the evening. And I don't think this is a question for next time. It is a question for next time. My personal thought, the thing that keeps coming through my mind is, it's not a question of whether or not all the requests tonight are worthy. All the requests are worthy. The question is it the responsibility and duty of government to fund these things? And at a national level, they're called pork. I would argue that at a local level, they're all pork. I mean, my friends, my family, groups of, of individuals come from the community and ask you for money, and it's very easy to buy a vote by saying yes. But the reality is we just increased utility fees because we can't afford our park maintenance. We're going to be going in November to the people to increase their taxes. And I have a hard time, I don't care if you're artsy or you're an engineer, if you're a musician or you're, downtown business owner, I have a hard time. Not only that, I go one step further. I mean, I appreciate Mr. Golden, his comments about, you got to cut back $100,000 or our budget gap increases. I also look at the list of one-time expenses that we're not talking about tonight. This is a very small percentage. I think we should be cutting elsewhere. And so next week, or the next council meeting, when we come back and vote on this, I don't think we should be giving a lot of money. It's easy to come and ask, and it's really easy to spend the city's money because it's not my money. It's not our money. And so, it's your money, but a very small 1/90,000th is my money. And so I think we should be really careful before we start writing checks for $60,000, $12,000, $20,000. And it doesn't matter who you are or what the organization is. I just think we should be really careful because we're asking our citizens to pay higher utilities and increase their taxes. And I just think we should be careful.
Councilmember Christensen.
Oh, I was just going to talk about the old computer equipment, but I would like to comment on what Councilmember Bagley said. We have to invest in things like this that will make us more competitive and also bring new and more creative people to this community. It is very difficult because we don't want to keep increasing fees, increasing taxes, increasing everything, but we also have to invest in ourselves. That's just the end point of everything. And we're doing government, it is government's responsibility to provide things that private industry will not provide. They will not provide a symphony. They will not provide affordable housing. They will not provide many of these programs and many of these things. So, yes, if we can help create these things that will actually make us more money in the long run, I think that's a good investment. As far as the computer equipment goes, though, you know, I've been recycling my house lately, and a lot of things I wind up just taking and dumping. That's what happens all over this town. There are huge numbers of people just throwing away computer equipment that actually still works and that could be donated. So it's not a matter of just getting the city's old computer equipment. We could put things on the website and request that they could donate this to Tinkermill. We could put things in the city line and say, donate to Tinkermill. This will go to a good thing. There are, you know, we all know how much computer equipment winds up in the landfill. So this would be a perfect opportunity to, not that we want to overload them and have them sift through my 7200 Mac, which probably isn't going to be very useful. But anyway, I think that the town could contribute some of the old computer equipment.
Okay, let's move on to the next item.
No, we're going to move on to service level increases. If you wanted to take a break.
Yeah, why don't we take a
Okay.
5-minute break? That's a good idea. Actually, you know, I didn't.
That much money to go. The normal budget stuff, which nobody cares about.
The golf fees. I want to increase those.
We need what? Start our own postal system. Let's talk about that tonight. It's a seed. It's just a seed.
Okay, go ahead, Joe. Mayor Coombs, members of council. Come on, guys. We wanted to get back into the budget and start to begin discussing some service level increases. So to cover those service level increases, we're going to have each of the departments come in here, up here for a few minutes to highlight the major resource changes that we have yet to discuss in the proposed 2015 budget. We did put some information in your packet in this regard. We have attachments G and H. G is on page S57 and 58. That's a list of all of the new positions and the associated costs that are included in the proposed 15 budget. There's 25 3/4 FTE that are being added in this budget. Then attachment H shows the increases that are not position related. And both of those attachments also include some information on the prioritization programs related to these service increases and the associated quartiles from the priority-based budgeting process. So most of the general fund resources include that information. It's not listed for all the other funds as much. We weren't able to complete that, but we wanted to get it in there for the general fund where there's more of a competition for the resource dollars, at least so that you would have that available for consideration. If you have questions on any specific proposed expense or service level increase, I would suggest you ask that of each respective department representative when they're up here making their presentations. And additionally, when I did go through that list earlier of the one-time expenses, we really didn't ask if you had any questions about those. So if you do have any questions related to that, while that respective department member may be up here, you might want to ask at that time, or we can try to get that afterwards. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen Roney. She's going to start us out with Community Services Department.
Thank you, Jim, Mayor, and City Council members. Karen Roney, Community Services Director for the city. I'm going to briefly, maybe, highlight. We have several positions that are being proposed to be included in the 2015 general fund budget, and I'm going to highlight each one of those. Behind me are the division managers that can absolutely provide additional detail as you might have questions. So the first position that we are proposing to include in the 2015 budget is the an FTE for our early education coordinator for children, youth, and families. As council might recall, that this has been a position at a part-time temporary level that we have funded for one-time revenues since 2007. This position runs our early education efforts with the City of Longmont and also is a convener and a collaborator for our early education efforts throughout the city and actually provides that kind of collaboration at the county level. So this position also is responsible for operating the Mayor's Book Club, which we serve over 703 and 4-year-olds, is our point person for our National League of Cities efforts in terms of our educational alignment project, is also involved in creating peer learning in our community, and is supporting and helped to write a grant at the county level and supporting that program to provide early education to our parents throughout Longmont. So again, this is a position that you've heard about quite a bit, and in 2015 we were able to at least propose to take that off the list of positions that were being, that really were ongoing positions that we were funding with one-time revenues. And also in terms of the Children, Youth, and Families budget, we did eliminate a service that we had funded for several years that was a partnership with the St. Vrain Valley School District, and we were able to eliminate that service with hope that we could be able to provide this service and this position on an ongoing basis. So I will stop here and answer questions, or Christina Pacheco, our manager, could also answer questions.
So do we have any questions? Okay.
And I will then move on. So the second request that we want to talk about is to add 2 full-time equivalent code enforcement inspectors with the city. And for the last 3 years, we had a pilot initiative that the City Council did fund, where we were able to add 2 additional full-time temporary code enforcement inspectors in the city. And at that point in time, and actually this was a request that our council at the time asked us to consider doing, with the interest in what do we really need to be doing to continue to keep up with our neighborhood quality and making sure that our codes people are in compliance, I guess I would say, with the various codes throughout the city. So we did fund that for 3 years at a one-time level, and what we found is over that time that we were able to basically decrease by 48% the compliance time for our substandard housing cases, which are some of our most difficult and challenging cases. We were able to really increase our response time to within a day for complaints that came in from our residents. We also were able to increase our caseloads by 88%. And also significantly increase the proactive cases that we were, basically cases that we were initiating, or violations that we were able to see as we were out on the street. And now our proactive cases are about 65% of our total cases. That is up 20% for 2011. So we tried the experiment. We were able to really see some incredible results from that, and believe that this is a service that we would like to be able to continue. We were able to offset that, the cost of those 2 positions, with a small amount of ongoing temp wages in the code enforcement budget to help fund that. Going on. The next proposed position is a half-time FTE neighborhood specialist. This has also been a position at a half-time temporary basis that we funded for almost the last 10 years from one-time revenues. And this position has been critical in helping us to implement our neighborhood revitalization plans that we conducted and implemented over the last 10 years with the neighborhoods that you see on the slide. And we do believe that, again, as our neighborhoods continue, as our community continues to grow, we have over 60 neighborhoods that are registered neighborhood groups. We have many more that we would like to have registered, and we really want to continue to look at, how we continue to support not only comprehensive revitalization in certain neighborhoods, but probably more so, how do we address hotspots, or continue to be able to respond to complex issues that arise on a fairly regular basis within Longmont neighborhoods, so that we can really help to help neighborhoods work through those and be even better than they are today. So that is that position. I'm going on? Okay. All right. So now we're going to senior services. Michelle Waite is here in the audience, and I'm sure she'd love to answer any questions you might have. We have funded, for the past 8 years, a half-time temporary position. It's called our resource specialist. We have a full-time resource specialist, and then we had a half-time temporary resource specialist. And these are the individuals who really work with our older adults and as well as caregivers and adult children who really try to work on issues relating to their aging parents. We know that our 55-plus population is growing every day, and it's about 21.5% of our population. The number one desire in the surveys that we do with the Boulder County Aging Services is that people really want to be able to age in place, and we just don't have enough resources in our community to be able to help make that happen, to pull together the resources that are available. The 1.5 people we have working now, they have about 145 ongoing cases, and they get about 30 new cases per month, and we're just seeing that grow and grow. So this position, actually, we have some money in the budget, around $17,000 that we would contribute toward this, and what this does is increase the position, number of hours, and also makes it a regular position so that we can continue to help people age in place in Longmont. Okay. Go on. All right, recreation. Jeff Friesner is back here for questions. So basically, we are recommending that 2 positions that work in recreation, and they currently work at basically 30 hours a week, but on a temporary basis, that we make those regular positions and provide benefits to those positions. The first one is our fitness coordinator. So this would be the person that's in charge of coordinating all of our various fitness activities, hiring instructors, evaluating instructors, make sure that people are trained appropriately to be able to continue to offer the services in our community that are very well loved and utilized. And these are this is a position for which we cost recover through recreation fees. And the second position in the same scenario is our swim lesson coordinator. Again, this is a position we currently fund at 30 hours a week, but at a temporary level, and we would be providing benefits for this position that would be cost recovered, to really kind of do that same thing and coordinate all of our lesson programs and make sure that we are keeping up with the standards and providing a high quality level of service in that area. Okay. Next. So this is new. This is a new service that you know is coming. Our auditorium is under construction at the museum. We anticipate that it will be open in the summer of 2015. And so one of the things that we are looking for is to how do we staff that and operate that auditorium once we have that available. You know, I think initially we thought, well, maybe we'll start slow. We'll just primarily support some of the city programs that we already offer. But as you all know, this is a pretty unique facility in which a great portion, a majority of the funds to build this auditorium really came from private sources. And so we are looking at how we can really be able to operate that with hopefully a minimum impact on the city's general fund. So, and Wes Jessup is here to answer more specific questions that you might have. So things that the staff has been doing in the last several months is reaching out to some of the people you heard from earlier this evening. So some of the our partners in the community, and looking at how we would be working with them to bring programs to to the new auditorium and be able to jointly fund those. So we've listed some of those here. We anticipate that we will be able to generate a significant amount of revenue to offset the cost for some of the operating expenses we're asking for in 2015 and beyond. And that would include a a full-time kind of event coordinator for the auditorium, plus some other operational expenses. One of the things that we're looking at is the whole area of concessions. So Wes and some of the museum staff have been visiting other venues throughout the metro area, and it's the alcohol sales that really help them to generate some additional revenues. And so we will be looking at being able to get an arts venue liquor license, and I'm sure Wes can tell you more about that. That really would allow for the city to be able to keep a greater portion of those revenues for for alcohol sales at the events at the auditorium. So what we're asking for in the 2015 budget would be, and this would be for 6 months of expense, and you can see what that would look like in 2016 with 12 months of expense. So that we will be looking at about $15,000 contribution, if you will, or subsidy from the general fund to help us to operate the new auditorium in 2015, and in 2016, when we have a full year of operation under our belt, we would hope and anticipate that and plan that subsidy would be down to $5,000 or almost 6% of the cost to operate the auditorium.
One of the things that I talked to Karen and Wes about during the budget presentations is that eventually where we would really like to see this is where there's no general fund dollars moving over in the operation of this. And so I think that's really, as we look at this and we talk about the position, we're really going to need to market that. In addition, in other conversations, to look more in more broad terms in terms of the other locations that we have that need a similar type of service, and how we can look at that instead of just individual locations. How can we grab that and look at it from a broader sense? And so there's more work that they're going to be going over in this area as we continue to look in the future.
So I think I already talked about that. Okay, so I'm going to move on to just a couple of other requests and recommendations in the 2015 budget. This first one is over the past several years. Again, this was something that was on the list of an ongoing expense that we were funding with one-time revenues, and this would be for basically a separate mental health contract that we utilize, and we utilize this in really in a couple of different ways. Primarily to work with our substandard housing cases, and again, these are typically cases where we are someone is living in substandard housing conditions. We have code enforcement involved, and we are dealing with an individual or family that is that has hoarding issues, and so in order for us to help the neighborhood, the family, and really help to intervene and hopefully address the issues so we can help that family return to good living conditions, is that we do enlist the assistance of a mental health counselor. They provide in-home visits, and they really work with the individuals to help them work through the really the mental health issues that are associated with hoarding. We also utilize this contract to help with some of our Housing First clients, again, folks with chronic mental illness that are living in the suites, and really trying to help them to, now that they have stable housing, to address some of the issues that are at the root of their problem and their homelessness. So we have information here. Kathy Feller coordinates that contract, and so if you have any questions, I'm sure she would love to answer them. And then, if not, then the next four things would be we're asking for one-time funding for a dust collection system at the museum. So in essence, over the past several years, we have really shifted our temporary exhibits from those that we really rent and bring in-house and put them up in the gallery to ones that we are actually doing more construction on our own, and that has really helped us to generate revenue for the museum. For 5 years ago, we did not charge for special exhibits at the museum. We are now charging for that, and I believe in this past year we were able to generate around $65,000. Again, that comes into the general fund that really, and that is really linked to the quality of the exhibits that our staff is producing. So if we were charging, we had to ramp up our efforts. We create more mess and dust and wood particles and a lot of other things that really is kind of an environmental challenge. Plus it makes the museum pretty messy and dusty and dirty. So we really are looking at a one-time expense to bring in the system to really help to control what the dust back and the dirt back in the shop that we're creating when we're building these exhibits. We are looking at, again, a request for a one-time, it's not really a marketing specialist, but some marketing dollars for community services. We would, basically, we are going to match those with additional revenues we have with the senior services and the recreation revenue to really look at what do we need to do, bring in creative consultation to help us with our designing our efforts to market some of our programs and services to the community. So, and those primarily would fall in the area of recreation, since we have to recover our costs, golf, which we also have to recover our costs, senior recreation, and a couple of our other services for which generating revenue is important for us to do. So most of us, we don't have any marketing professionals on our staff for our department, and we are not that. So we're looking for some help for us to really kind of organize and get our marketing efforts on track in 2015. And we also, in the budget, we would be looking at one-time funds for what I believe would be the last year of the Live Well Longmont match funding. So this is, again, $20,000 to support the worksite wellness efforts that the school district and Longmont United Hospital and the city are involved in, as well as $10,000 to continue to support some of our website and our marketing efforts that really are helping individual people in our community to make changes in their life as it relates to healthy eating and active living. And the final bullet is an increase in ongoing expenses for temp wages for aquatics, and that's basically our lifeguards. What we found is the gap in terms of what we were paying our lifeguards and where they could and how much they could get funded in some of the surrounding communities was creating a hardship on us being able to recruit and retain our teenagers to work at the pools here in Longmont. So that represents an increase from for basically an average of the minimum wage was $8 an hour up to about $8.50 per hour. Some of the other surrounding communities are paying as much as $11 an hour for lifeguards, and we didn't go that far, but we did try to make a move in the ongoing budget. And again, these are revenues that are recovered through our fees at the rec center, at the recreation. And I think that's it, right, for me? And community services. So we have staff here. If you have any questions that you would like to ask us at this time.
I just wondered if we should maybe hold a public hearing, because we have two people that have signed up to speak tonight. And I don't think it'd be fair to keep them to 11 o'clock. Can we go ahead and open the public hearing then on the CIP item? The first person on the list is Dave Wergen. Are you still here? I'm still here. Okay.
I am Dave Bergen. I live at 1623 Stones Peak Drive in Longmont. I'm on the Golf Board Advisory Board, and I just wanted to give some kudos to the golf course management for all the good work they've done, considering the floods and all the issues. A lot of competition we have. A lot of golf courses have been built recently. I also wanted, as I sat here tonight and listened, and I think her name was Nancy. Is that right? Yeah, she gave a nice presentation and made me think that while you're out telling people in the world about coming to Longmont, you should tell them we have some nice golf courses.
Absolutely.
And I think that would go a long way to help our play, pace of play, our number of rounds of play. So thank you for your consideration for our request tonight to raise fees, and
Okay.
appreciate that.
Thank you. Next up on the list is Chuck Allen.
Mayor Coombs and fellow council members. My name is Chuck Allen. I live at 1911 Ute Creek Drive. Dave, thanks for the segue into the golf course. I am here, first of all, and I'm sincere whether you do any funding on this or not. I've said it to several of you. I appreciate your commitment to the citizens in the community of Longmont. You guys put in an enormous amount of time. People see you here. They don't know how much time you spend outside of this, so I sincerely do appreciate that. What I'm here to talk about is 17th Avenue, the landscaping arterial between Whitehall Drive, where you go into the reserve, and Sundance Drive, where you go into Sundance subdivision. We've lived there since 2004, and I did talk with Nick Wolfram, who is here, and he provided me some information on the landscaping on 17th Avenue. Now, if I'm looking at this correctly, and it's project number PR 129, it has the first year that it was shown in CIP is 2003. And it's still sitting there. It's in the 2015 through 19 unfunded portion. So I'm thinking, either get it done or take it out and leave it weeds forever and ever and ever is kind of the way that I see it. But there is a patch along there, and Dave talked about playing golf, and Ute Creek is a great golf course, but the entrance is, in my opinion, marred by the weeds that are not taken care of. They're not mowed very often. I did go out and walk it tonight. It's about 450 linear feet that I'm talking about on either side of the entrance into the golf course. And my understanding is, again, this was tied to the 9th Avenue arterial, several others, and I checked like in 06 or 07, and that's what I was told. Until they had enough funding to do everything, they weren't going to do 17th. Haven't given much thought to it until my wife and I, who occasionally walk, it may not look like it, but I do occasionally walk, the Jim Ham Nature Center. If you haven't been out there, that project, it is outstanding. And we just walked it Sunday night. Sidewalk is complete. It looks great. How much money have we spent on that? And it looks great, but when you come down 17th, you still have that 450 feet of weeds between the two subdivisions. This project is $30,000, it looks like, but it incorporates several other areas on the landscaping. And I'm saying, well, if you don't have $30,000, why don't you piecemeal it each year and get one little part done? So whether it's 17th or 9th Avenue or Pace, just asking for you to look at that for your consideration. But it's PR 129. So again, Nick, I thank you again for your help on that. And again, I want people to enjoy playing Ute Creek. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chuck. Is there anybody else that would like to speak tonight on our 2015 budget presentation?
Mayor Coombs, other council members, my name is Ken Davis. I'm also on the Golf Advisory Board, and I'm the chairman of that board. Going a little bit out of order since Larry has not made his presentation on the fee recommendation, but basically give you a little bit of background. We have discussed that as a board. We unanimously recommend that. And I just reflected back with my friend Jim Manzanares, who's also here. Last weekend we went out and played 2 golf courses outside of Longmont. I probably shouldn't tell you that, but we do that annually. And this year it really struck me the difference in the fees outside of the courses and, outside of this community versus in Longmont. Our fees are very, very reasonable right now, and probably too reasonable at the moment. And so we do recommend that you do approve the fee increase that will be coming forward momentarily, hopefully, and then we don't have to stay here until 11 o'clock at night. And the other thing I would say is, no one likes a fee increase. We understand that. But if you look at our budget and the fact that we are a self-sustaining organization and the fact that the expenses continue to go up, there isn't really any alternative. We've discussed alternate funding opportunities in the 2.5 terms I've been serving on the golf board, and none of them have come to fruition. So I think, fee increase is probably the only thing that makes sense at this stage. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak at this public hearing? I guess seeing no one, I'll now close the public hearing.
I think we're going to move into the Public Works Natural Resources budget, and Dale's going to handle that.
Councilmember Robinson?
I'm wondering if we could get through some of these line items more efficiently. If you, maybe pick 1 or 2 positions out, and then if we have additional questions to ask, my suggestion is, because we have a lot of pages left to do. Mayor, if that could be possible.
Anything that makes it more efficient, I'm all for.
I'll be efficient. Mayor and Council, Dale Rademacher, Public Works and Natural Resources. So my first slide is the Environmental Services Division. It's a stormwater construction inspector, and that's really to fill in some of our gaps on meeting our MS4 permit requirements and continuing to increase funding for that work in the city. Next one is the water quality analyst out of the water quality lab. We're seeing an increase in all of our testing requirements, and the position is funded between the water and the sewer funds, and a portion out of the storm drainage fund as well. And we have not added positions out there for years, and in fact we've cut positions over the last 10 years. The next ones are some of our costs that are necessary to maintain levels of service. The first couple, the parks landscape maintenance, is about $14,000. That's to really deal with some increased costs. You'll recall last year we cut about $240,000 out of the parks budget. So this is restoring some of that funding in order to address some of those park landscape maintenance issues. The shrub and turf bed restorations are each at $20,000. That's really work that we have not been focusing on. When we did the master plan for parks, it focused more on the hardscape and on the facilities, less on the green infrastructure, if you will. St. Vrain Greenway maintenance is to shift funding over into the Conservation Trust Fund. That's about $50,000 a year, and that's to have the Conservation Trust Fund, which was the fund that built those improvements, to maintain the improvements. That was one of the recommendations out of the Parks Master Plan to do that. The last two are in our water utilities and sewer utility. The first one is a temperature monitoring system out of the lab. It's a $50,000 system. The current one is obsolete and is no longer supported. The ion chromatograph is a new piece of equipment that will assist us in testing for constituents in the water, and may also allow us to use the lab for contract services for outside services as well. Some service level increases. This spray injection pothole patching truck, we think this is a good purchase, even though it's a $200,000 purchase. It'll allow less staff, so essentially one guy can do the work to do pothole patching. We also think we'll get better quality patching because of the work. And Lord knows we have lots of potholes to patch in the city, so we think this will make us more efficient and have a good return. The Dry Creek Park, we're finally going to bring that park on for opening and for maintenance. So we have about $45,000 in contract work. We do contract a lot of our park maintenance work, and about $35,000 in temporary wages. And again, that's a new community park that's coming on. And the last slide that I have is some one-time requests. The first one is the multimodal plan in the LA, as part of the comp plan update. There's about $150,000 being requested right now to the street fund for that multimodal plan update. I believe we are going to request some of this funding potentially out of the CDBG DR funds as well. So if we're successful with that, we won't spend our street fund money on it. And then the last one is the dog park relocation. That's the dog park that's currently out there near the Public Works Maintenance Facility. We are planning on building additional buildings out there, and we're going to need that land, which is what it was originally purchased for. And so we are going to have to look for a new location for that dog park, which is frankly one of our more popular dog parks. So we'll be looking for a new site on the west side of town. That's a $10,000 study. Is that quick?
Yep, very good. Any questions? Thank you, Dale.
Thanks.
So, and I just point out, we do have very limited presentations for the rest of these budgets, so we'll be on track to finish this on time. So Sandy's going to handle shared services and finance.
Thanks, Jim. Sandy Cedar, Assistant City Manager. We have a couple of different positions that we are asking for in the budget this year that are in this budget proposed. The first one is in the fleet services. We currently have kind of a triage of what trucks are important at what point, and so things like trash trucks and fire trucks are on the top of the list, and other trucks sometimes fall to the more bottom side of the list. And so what we're trying to do is implement some lean process in the fleet services and add a oil tech, essentially someone who will do oil maintenance on some of the lighter vehicles, similar to like a Jiffy Lube type of service. And so that's the first one. The second one is a sales tax administrator. This person would be used to help with auditing and supervision of the sales tax office, because after all, without sales tax, we get no revenue, and on and on. The third one is the budget analyst position. So as you know, our budget manager works a ton of hours, and there's lots of things that we could be doing with this budget prioritization if we had a little additional help. So in order to provide additional financial analysis, as well as work on the budget prioritization program and performance measures, things like that, one more budget analyst to help Teresa. One budget analyst to help Teresa, let me clarify. Other service level increases include funding for citywide initiatives. So you may remember that we undertook sort of a strategic planning effort in the city, and there were several task forces that Harold charged with doing everything from changing the culture to taking a look at management training and other types of opportunities. Those task forces have completed their work for the most part, and so this $50,000 is one-time seed money to try to implement those recommendations and see really how we can fund it. Rather than funding a position, really taking a look at what needs to happen training-wise, what needs to happen with the different implementations of those task forces, and seeing what works and what doesn't before we dive into something more ongoing. The PC replacements, there's $158,000 in PC replacements, and these are on a regular cycle. We ask for them as one-time funds each year. In order to do that replacement, it also includes MDCs, which are replacements in the police vehicles. The migration to Office 365, currently we have lots of servers that have lots of stuff on it, and one of the big things that we're taking a look at is really making sure that cloud services are used to the best of their abilities. Office 365 would help us start to slowly reduce some of those server levels, and kind of goes along with our Outlook migration from last year. And then finally, the fleet vehicle replacements. We have $5.4 million in fleet vehicle replacements, about 90 vehicles. We've deferred a lot of vehicles, and this is one of those kind of catch-up years where the deferred vehicles probably now should go away. So that's it for shared services and finance, unless you have any questions.
No questions. Public safety is next, and Mike's going to come down on that.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Mike Butler, Public Safety Chief. I'm going to have some of my staff do some of the presentation for you tonight, but I just want to make a point before they do this. This is the second year in a row. I think in years past, for the people who have been on City Council, you've seen a police budget, you've seen a fire budget. This is the second year in a row that we have combined our budgets, and so police and fire in the same room, determining priorities from a police, fire, public safety, communications, OEM perspective. And so that level of cooperation, integration, consolidation has taken place. And so as we speak about these items, I just wanted you to know that this was a full public safety effort, not just fire with fire, police with police, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you. And is Paul Zuber.
Good evening. I'm Paul Zuber. I'm the Chief of the Information Services Division for Public Safety, and my division oversees the Emergency Communications Center. So we are asking for one additional communication specialist, most commonly known as a dispatcher. And so this is a position to start a process to help us start filling a staffing gap within the Emergency Communication Center. Currently, we only have 18 specialists to cover 24/7 all the duties and responsibilities that come into the center. And based on national standards, and it's reflected regionally as well, a center our size with the call volume that we have should be staffed at all times with a minimum of 4 dispatchers. Most of the time, our center is only staffed with 3, and between 2 in the morning to 11:30 in the morning, we usually only have 2 on duty. Our neighboring dispatch centers, such as Boulder City and Boulder County, have a minimum staffing level of 4 and sometimes 5, and their workload is as busy or less busy than ours. So we're trying to fill that staffing gap. It's also going to help with our workload. As you might imagine, we answer all the 911 calls that come into the center. We had 31,000 of them in 2013, and our non-emergency calls were 175,000 last year. So in addition to all the phone calls, they have all the radio traffic, continual information requests from public safety personnel and citizens, the phone calls the dispatchers have to make themselves to fulfill the service requests coming from the field. And then sometimes it's more than just the numbers. For example, if they take a 911 call, well, when they take a 911 call, it's a matter of having, most often, giving that caller their undivided attention, especially if it's a situation where they have to do emergency medical dispatching, and then it really is undivided attention. And so other people in the center have to take the call load when that happens. And as a result, because of our staffing issues, there are times daily where 911 calls have to be put on hold. We're very good about answering 911 calls very quickly. We answer 99% of them within 10 seconds, but when the phones are ringing off the hook, those people have to be put on hold. And we do get multiple emergencies happening at the same time. We also need the staffing to help with our data channel. Data channel is a specialized police channel so that all requests regarding clearances of people and vehicles, requests for tow trucks, getting case numbers, getting call times, any other information that the field personnel need can go to that channel. The reason why we need that is that the primary law channel needs to focus on the safety of the field personnel, dispatching them to their calls and keeping track of them. And between patrol, detectives, all our specialized units, overlapping shifts, a primary law dispatcher may be tracking up to 50 people at the same time. So having all those requests go to a different channel is pretty necessary. And right now we're only able to have a data channel open and functional 12 hours a day, and we often do that with overtime shifts. And then the next thing this position will help with is what's called Next Gen 911. So a little history lesson, we all started off with 911, which gave everybody in the country a single number to call for emergencies. Then it became Enhanced 911, and that was when you call from your home phone number and address would pop up on the screen automatically. Well, now we have Next Gen 911, and one of the first things that's coming out of the gate on that is the ability to text to 911. And so we're hoping to actually start doing that or allowing for that in later this year or early next year. And when that happens, someone will text 911. The system will determine which dispatch center it goes to. It'll pop up. It'll ring into the center like a 911 call, but when the dispatcher answers it, the text will show up on their computer screen. And then they have to start typing back and forth to communicate. It's a slow process, but we have to start doing it. And it's time consuming. And then Next Gen 911 will then eventually become things like people being able to send video or photos to the dispatch center so that we can turn around and then distribute those as necessary. So those are also things that we're looking at in the future and that are really time consuming. So starting the process of beefing up our staffing in the communication center is pretty essential for us right now.
The world's changing pretty fast in that area.
It is. I mean, I've been with the department for a long, long time, and there was a time where we took turns relieving a dispatcher for lunch breaks. We had one radio channel, no computers, and now they have hundreds of radio channels, and if you've been in the dispatch center, which I'm sure most of you have, they have 5, 6 computer screens they have to look at simultaneously. I couldn't do the job. So, thank you.
Members of Council, Craig Earhart, Deputy Public Safety Chief, over Police Services. We are requesting one position for an administrative assistant for our Special Operations Division. Our Special Operations Division is composed of our animal control officers, our police service technicians that take reports over the counter, our school resource officers, our traffic division, and also our gang and crime suppression unit. That's approximately 40 or 50 people that this position would help to support that they currently don't have their dedicated administrative assistant to assist them with that. So we have basically sergeants and officers doing what an administrative assistant could be doing. So that's why we're requesting this. Any questions?
That's it?
No, thank you.
You're awesome. That was a good presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and City Council. Jared Van Landingham. I'm the Chief of Fire Services, and what we're looking at here is an ongoing increase request for bunker gear. And this request will allow us to continue our process of replacing bunker gear as it comes up. It becomes damaged and we need to replace it every 5 years, so it's a 10-year lifespan on this bunker gear. What we're actually talking about is the full encapsulating ensemble you think of when you hear the word firefighter. So the coat, the pants, the helmet, gloves, the hood, all of that is certainly critical for us to do our jobs. So we issue our firefighters 2 sets of gear. We do that for the reason that if we get one set contaminated, we can take it out of service and put the other gear back in service. So primary set we keep around for 5 years, and then we move it into a secondary set and keep it for another 5 for a total of a 10-year lifespan. That's it. They cost about $3,000 for the pants and the coat, and we average replace those about 15 a year. So, all right.
So I'm going to go ahead and jump in on the next one. When you see overtime in multiple police and fire services, one of the things that we were seeing within the budget in public safety is that there were a number of requests. And the request made, one of them, for example, that we went over in the budget process was goggles for the SWAT team. When we started looking at their budget and started evaluating it in terms of what was happening, what we were seeing is that in terms of expenses, they were doing okay, but we were seeing the budget going over budget in terms of overtime and some repayouts that were occurring in those categories. And so what we talked about doing, and we worked on with, we talked about with the senior folks in public safety is, my suggestion is that what I wanted to see was I really wanted to see what happened if we funded the overtime based on what we were trying to move it, based on what we were actually spending in overtime, and to see what that did to their budget overall. Because based on the numbers, I think that they can fund the other items when we straighten out the overtime expense that we were seeing within that budget. And so that number, Teresa, is $380,000 in additional dollars to their budget to fund the overtime expenses that we were seeing. in next budget year is actually going to be a point where we hope to really see what's happening in terms of those expenses.
Isn't it cheaper to hire more people than to pay overtime, or is that, I mean, when we run a lot of overtime, we just hire more people. Maybe it's not that easy.
It's Mike Butler, Public Safety Chief. It's not quite that simple. This is not a Monday through Friday 8 to 5 operation. It's a 24/7, 365. You just never know when things are going to happen. And the other part of this is each police officer or firefighter costs when they're fully paid after 4 years around $100,000, and we need 5 police officers to cover one position around the clock. And so this is a much cheaper option, and it allows us to spend the money during the time of day, during the time of week when we need to spend it.
Okay.
So when you staff that, you have 3, even for fire, you have 3 shifts, and then you have to hire 2 over that shift, because then you have to account for vacation and when folks are out sick and filling all of that. So it is much more complicated when you look at the schedules that they have to work and how they need to move through it.
Okay.
Also wanted to talk about the bunker gear. That was one of the item that we used to fund with one-time dollars. It wasn't funded on an annual basis. We did see that there was really an annual need to this, and so that's why it was put into those ongoing expenses.
Next on the list is Fire Fitness, the wellness program. This ongoing request will allow us to provide a full-scale health and wellness physicals for our firefighters. As you know, that our firefighters face many hazards out there on the job, and our desire is that they come to retirement age, that they can leave here happy and healthy. While we're investigating this and deciding how to go about this, we checked in with other jurisdictions and cities, and it has been proven that we hope that the desire is that we will actually lower our workers' comp claims overall. And so this request will allow us to do that. The next on our list says LifePak 15s. That's referring to our cardiac monitors. So these are the devices that you know of that deliver electrical shock to the heart of our patients to help keep them alive, bring them back to life. It's probably one of the most critical devices that we carry, along with our paramedics. And so our units are 12 years old. So our service contract is reaching its end life as well. It's harder and harder to find parts to fix these units, and they run $32,000 a piece, and we need 6 of them. So that's the LifePak 15 request. Any questions on those? Scott Snyder.
Scott Snyder, Public Safety Logistics. I'm going to talk briefly about the tone decoding CAD interface item, which is a one-time request for $100,000. At each station, if you remember back to the old show Emergency, every call was initiated with a series of tones, and then the klaxon would go off and the guys would roll out. Well, those tones, each pair of those is assigned to a particular crew, and that opens up the radio in the station, particularly overnight when they're asleep, and alerts the particular crew that's needed to respond. Each tone, it runs about each pair of tones runs about a 5-second period. So when you get a structure fire and you're rolling out 6 units, you're talking about 30 seconds just of tones before you can actually start delivering the message of where they're going to go and what they need to do. That technology is well over 40 years old. The equipment we're currently using to do that in the stations is in excess of 20 years old, and it needs replaced for several reasons. The current equipment does not meet our recognized standards, or the recognized national standards for station alerting. The old equipment simply monitors the radio, listening for that particular pair of tones. And once dispatch has sent those, they have no way of knowing if they were successfully received in the station until the crews come up on the radio. And since that can be a few minutes after the fact, by the time they realize there's something wrong, they've lost a couple minutes. The proposed system acknowledges when that call is received back to the dispatcher so they know that the message was successful and received by the crew. The current system, as I said, you don't really realize there's a problem until nothing happens and the crew doesn't roll out. So the proposed system self-checks, self-tests every 5 minutes or so to verify that the connections are all working and that the system is up and running and reliable. As I said, the current tones run about 5 seconds per pair. The proposed system uses a signal that is a fraction of a second for each crew, so greatly reducing that window just to get the crews alerted. The current tones, we have to maintain our old radio system to broadcast those current analog tones because the newer digital radio system that we use for all of our other traffic doesn't translate those tones effectively, and the equipment won't read them like it needs to. So we maintain a second older radio system just to broadcast those tones. The new system will use our fiber optic loop and be connected that way. So that won't be a problem, and it'll reduce response time that way and take the radio out of the dispatch alerting process. And then lastly, that the system with the tone encoder and dispatch, their transmitter, the receivers in the station, the decoders in the station, and then finally the PA system, there's a lot of failure points. In the proposed system, you take that whole radio piece out of the middle of it, and with the old radio system we're using, you take out the radio interference, the static that can mess with those tones, and improve the reliability that way. And then the new system is capable of multiple links, so you can use the fiber optic network, we could use telephone, we could use radio if we needed to, so there'll be multiple redundant paths. Questions?
Big issue on this one as we went through budget review is in terms of finding parts to repair the old system. They were having problems because we weren't seeing it. So that was another big piece.
Members of Council, Mayor Coombs, I'm Rob Spano, Deputy Chief of Support Services and Public Safety. I get the last three. Ammunition, essentially we've over the last 5 years had at least a 50% increase in the cost of ammunition. Last year we experienced what we hope is an anomaly in turnover, but with that caused more new hires, which caused additional ammunition for Academy. So essentially what we're doing is we've always assumed that cost somewhere else in our budget and managed that increase in price. And taking into account that we do anticipate the age of our workforce that we will continue to see an increased level of turnover. So that is to bring us current and able to keep on hand what we have. We also had a pretty good inventory that sustained us through last year. Otherwise, we'd have had even a greater need for cost last year. Lead management program for the shooting range. As you know, the shooting range, the public option law enforcement shooting range, has been open for a little over a year and a half now. We have managed that lead management. That's to include the filtration system, the air filters that are out there. Anytime you're in a range, you've just got natural lead buildup in the facility itself. So we've managed that. We've come to realize that that's probably a little more costly than we want to get into that business of doing that ourselves and doing it effectively and efficiently. So we've gone out and got some consultation on that. We are currently in the process of lining up vendors to go ahead and have that done. That too is to include disposal of all the products so that we're not in that end of the business either, which we don't want to get into for that. Shooting range upgrades, simple, making the facility more tenable for the public and for our law enforcement folks. I think we've got a request in there to repair some walls that are leaking and a cooling system for the range itself when folks are in there. So, any questions?
Sounds good. Joni Marsh is going to cover Development Planning Services requests.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, Joni Marsh with Planning and Development Services. So the main item request that planning has in is for the comprehensive plan update. As council knows, the comprehensive plan serves as our community's vision. It also needs to respond to changing conditions and values in our community. The last time we updated the comp plan was in 2003, so we are due. We do have also combined in with that is an update to our multimodal transportation plan that was adopted in 2005. We're going to integrate those documents together. Traditionally, we've really looked at street improvements as our focus, but what this will allow us to do is to look more at our pedestrian and bicycle systems as well, and make sure that we are improving our overall transportation system and our mobility and accessibility. So that's another component of what will be going into the comprehensive plan. And therein lies, from Dale's earlier presentation when he mentioned the $150,000 from the street fund, that would be paying for the multimodal component of the update. And also, we did apply for a CDBG DR grant and received a $100,000 grant. A portion of that, not all of it, but at least 2/3 of it will go towards the comp plan update as well. So the request is for $350,000, which is coming actually from incremental development revenue, and that in conjunction with the street fund dollars, which probably will be significantly less than the $150,000 that Public Works currently has programmed in their budget. We have an RFP out and expect to get those back next week, so we will have some hard numbers going forward.
So the DR, you heard mention applying for additional DR funds. This DR grant was through round one, or phase one. There's going to be a phase 2 and a phase 3. And so that's why we were referring to additional applications.
So topics that we intend to address in the comp plan, certainly things that are in there now and that are important to us include housing. I know Council's had a very in-depth housing conversation recently. We want to look at that. The growth of our aging population and demographics and how that affects housing and all of the other things in our community is important. And one thing we will be, as part of our DR grant, be weaving through is one thing our comp plan currently doesn't address is resiliency and specifically hazard preparation and response as well. So those will be things in order to meet the responsibility of that initial grant we'll be including as well. And I'd be happy to answer questions on the comp plan. We also have a couple other items that aren't in here, but Jim asked me to mention. We do have a $75,000 also from the incremental development revenue, which will go towards phase 2 of our software implementation in 2015. I think Council's aware we've, over the course of the last 3 years, put together money and worked on that project. It actually went live today. So all of our building permit and code enforcement, fire permits, all of that stuff is up and running again as of today. Whew, thank goodness. And so we have some more work to do, though, in 2015, and some additional departments that want to integrate into that program as well. So that's something that we're looking forward to doing. And then we have some contract funding dollars. When we look at staffing the comp plan and multimodal plan update, we obviously have some staffing backfill that we will want to look at, and as our development applications continue to be steady and about 5% up from last year, we're looking at some different ways to manage that development review workload through a contract situation, be it a contract planning, contract landscape architect in conjunction with Parks and Public Works. We have a few options with those additional dollars that are also coming from that incremental development revenue.
And then finally, Longmont Power and Communications is going.
Mayor. Yeah, Councilman O'Mara? Yeah, this question is for Joni. I see there's another one-time expense for $150,000 for engineering services that are, says multimodal plan and LACP update. So we're looking at $500,000 overall and spending for that one-time dollar.
Correct. However, as I mentioned, I'm not sure that we're actually going to need to use all of the 150. That will really be dependent on what we end up getting back in our RFPs, which we'll know shortly. But that's our estimate at this point.
So the 150 is for what?
For the multimodal component. And so the street fund dollars are paying for the transportation component of the comp plan update. And then the one-time funds will pay for the remainder of the comprehensive plan update contract.
So these are one-time funds?
Correct.
it doesn't explain it. Multimodal plan and ICP update, $150,000 in engineering services. What are they going to do? Who's doing it and what are they going to do?
Mayor Coombs and Councilmember Moore. So a component of the street tax also covers multimodal transit, bike, and pedestrian improvements. So typically whenever we have done the original multimodal plan was also paid for by the street fund and out of engineering services, which is a budget service that's in public works and natural resources. So that funding is designated for transportation specifically. So we typically partner on that and get some money off the street fund.
It just helps to know that we're going to spend $500,000, not $350,000. So that's all I was pointing out.
Longmont Power Communications budget, Brian McGill is going to cover that.
Mayor Coombs and members of the council, Brian McGill, utility rate analyst, Longmont Power and Communications. So I'm going to try and make this real brief. We're just going to talk about the new positions that we have requested for the 2015 budget. We have 12 new FTEs, and they are all directly related to the broadband build-out project. And we are following the hiring plan that was developed by our consultant and previously approved by council. The first position is a warehouse worker, simply needed for the increased flow of broadband materials to the warehouse. This is a term position. We have it requested as a 3-year term in the 2015 budget. However, if the broadband project build out moves more quickly than that term can be reduced from 3 years. The next position is a customer service representative. We have currently hired 3 customer service representatives, and they're scheduled to start on October 13th. So we're requesting 1 additional customer service representative for 2015. And so based upon project build out, customer demands, and current work levels on the 3 that we have hired now, that will help us determine when in 2015 to hire that customer service representative. The next position is a technical service representative, and so we're currently in the process of hiring 2 technical service representatives right now. There's some feeling that we may need to hire this 3rd TSR in 2014 as well. And if we decide that's the direction we need to go, then we have several vacancies right now, and we will use one of those vacancies to hire this technical service representative and then fill that vacancy in 2015. Then the next 2 positions are a fiber optic technician and a network engineer. We currently have 2 fiber optic technicians on staff, and we just hired our first network engineer. So again, these positions will be filled based upon how the project's going, what the customer demands are, and what the work levels are on the current staff we have. And then the next 7 positions, there's 4 broadband installation technicians and 3 broadband service technicians. These 7 positions are term positions as well. So again, based upon how quickly the build out goes, we could have that less than the 3-year terms that we asked for. And these 7 positions, we requested those based upon the hiring plan that was developed by our consultant. And so as we get into the build out, we might decide that the split, the mix there, the 4 and the 3, we might need to change that. We might need to hire more install techs rather than service technicians. So that could change to 5 and 2 or even 6 and 1, just based upon what we need when we get to that point. And so that is all I had. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Don't see any questions.
Mayor Coombs, members of council, I'm not going to go through the LDDA budget real quickly. Kimberly McKee is here tonight as well. It can help answer any questions if you have any. I had a long summary in the communication between pages S50 to S55. I'm not going to take you through all that. What I want to do, though, is to point out the changes that we have had from the original proposed budget that you will need to be acting on when you adopt the budget, and we'll include those changes in a summary next week as well with all the changes to the budget. So first is I want to start from the end of the communication in the fact that we had a note there about that last year. We want to just remind you that the council agreed to allow the DDA to keep 100% of the TIF that's generated by the general fund mill levy, rather than just the 50% that was allowed. So the DDA board designated that 50% of that amount, or 25% of the overall TIF, and that's almost $24,000, would be set aside for renewal or replacement of downtown infrastructure assets. So in putting together this presentation, it dawned on me that in order to really set that aside so that we'd be able to access that from year to year, it's best to actually appropriate those monies in the DDA construction fund so it's available when we need it. Haven't done that to this point, so we'll add that to the proposed budget. It'll be in the debt service fund for the DDA as well as the construction fund in the amount of $23,987 additional expense from what we had in the proposed 2014 budget. You can move that forward. So we have 5 budgets that the DDA has proposed. There's a couple other funds the DDA has that doesn't have revenue, so there's no proposed budgets for those funds. I do want to point out that the DDA operating fund proposed budget is changing. Talked about this previously a few weeks back about the assessed valuation information for the DDA. We have resolved that. Unfortunately, the preliminary assessed valuations that we received subsequent to our putting together proposed budget did have an unanticipated decline. So it lowered our projected property taxes from $187,211 to $174,725. And so we will make that change. We'll be able to cover that with the fund balance in the DDA operating fund, so will not be an issue for 2015. So it will require a draw on reserves of a little over $11,000. We'll see where that assessed valuation goes for in the future, so we'll resolve that in future budgets to try to not have to draw on reserves in the future. So I already pointed out the other 2 funds that will change from up here being the construction fund and the debt service fund for almost $24,000. Go to the next slide. There's no change in the downtown parking fund, but the general improvement district budget is also changing because of the assessed valuation dollars. So we now have available, we'll be correcting the revenue estimates for the 2015 budget to show $93,713 of property tax from the GID mill levy and $7,118 from the retention of the 50% of the increment dollars that were part of the LDA TIF prior to 2014. Those dollars are being retained in the GID to better fund the maintenance of parking lots and breezeways within the GID. Overall, that was almost about a $20,000 or so reduction in projected property tax for 2015. I did include a lot of information in the communication on the background information on the DDA's tax increment financing and downtown infrastructure renewal. There's nothing new in those areas in the proposed budget, but I wanted to make sure that new council members were able to have some background information on how that all operates. So if you have questions on that, I can try to answer that, as well as, again, Kimberly is also here to answer about any of the use of dollars there or elsewhere within the DDA's proposed budget. Okay, if no questions, then I think we're going to move on to the fee increases, and we'll begin with the golf fund, and Larry Mills is going to cover that.
Council members, Larry Mills, Golf Operations Manager. In your packet, we provide information on the state of the U.S. golf industry, Longmont's golf course performance, our marketing efforts, the 2015 golf budget and CIP, and the proposed 2015 golf fees. In the interest of time, I will move right into the proposed golf fees. Staff and the Golf Course Advisory Board are recommending a fee increase to keep up with rising operating costs and to fund capital projects. The last fee increase occurred in 2011. The board began the fee process in March by reviewing a survey of fees at other area golf courses. The survey indicated that Longmont's current and proposed fees are comparable to courses in the area. At the April board meeting, staff presented the board with a fee proposal that included an increase in most but not all categories. The fee recommendation was based on the survey and a recommendation from National Golf Foundation Consulting. Staff estimated that the initial fee proposal would generate about another $124,000. The board discussed the initial fee proposal, and they decided that to provide more operating income and to delay the need for another fee increase, the board asked staff to bring back a more comprehensive fee proposal. At the May board meeting, staff presented a fee proposal that would provide an estimated additional $185,000. At that time, the board asked staff to publicize the proposed fees prior to them taking action at the June meeting. A justification for the fee increase was posted at the golf courses and also posted on our golflongmont.com website. At the June board meeting, following comments from 3 citizens, the board voted unanimously to recommend the 2015 golf fees. The proposed fees are summarized as follows. Staff and the board are recommending a $1 per night increase at Sunset. Sunset green fees have not increased since 2007. Staff and the board are recommending a $2 increase in the 9-hole and a $3 increase in the 18-hole green fees at both Twin Peaks and U Creek. Sunset and Twin Peaks annual pass purchase prices are recommended to increase approximately 5%. Annual pass purchase prices have not increased since 2011. Annual pass use fees are proposed to increase $1 in all categories. Annual pass use fees have not increased since 2005. Staff and the board are recommending the increase in golf cart rental rates at all 3 golf courses. Those rates will move to $10 for 9 holes and $15 for 18 holes. We have experienced over a 24% increase in the purchase price of golf cars, and we found that we've had to increase the rental fleets at all 3 courses to keep up with the demand of people playing golf and renting golf cars. Range fees are also proposed to increase $1 for the large bucket and the small bucket at Twin Peaks and U Creek. Last 2 items, private golf cart registration fees are proposed to increase $5. Daily use fees are proposed to increase $1, and these fees have not increased since 2005. Membership for all 3 courses are proposed to increase around 10%. In summary, given the state of the golf industry, we believe rounds and Longmont's courses will stabilize between 88 and 90,000 rounds. Of course, weather in the first and the last quarter of the year will have significant impact on rounds and revenue. Staff will continue marketing the courses to retain existing customers and develop new players. Staff and the golf board believe a fee increase is necessary to offset increases in operating expenses, maintain a quality competitive product, and fund capital projects. Increasing fees may be somewhat of a risk, but we believe the timing is right, and a fee increase will benefit the golf fund in the long term. If council accepts the recommendation tonight, then we'll come back in 2 weeks with an ordinance on first reading establishing the golf fees. I'll be happy to answer any questions, and we have golf board members here also that can answer questions. Councilman Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Larry, after the 2011 increase, did rounds diminish at all 3 golf courses?
After 2011, we saw a decrease in rounds and revenue, but in 2012, we saw rounds and revenue spike to almost near record levels.
Okay. So, it was a unanimous vote?
Yes.
Okay. And after that meeting, later on, it was, I'm not in favor of the increases because I'm afraid that, especially at Twin Peaks, since we just recovered from the flood, increasing golf fees at Twin Peaks might hurt Twin Peaks. I think, especially at Twin Peaks, it's a bad time to increase fees. Perhaps at the other two, definitely at Sunset, probably a time to raise fees. Ute Creek, looking at some of the other golf courses around, Buffalo Run, $40 at peak times. So we're going to be just $1 under Buffalo Run. Looking at Fossil Trace, about just under $18, and at Mariana, about $4 difference. The Mariana, those are others that we compete with, pretty much.
Mariana Butte is what we consider a course comparable to Ute Creek.
And they have GPS in their golf carts. We do not. They don't. They switch.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, since you mentioned that, we are working with a company right now that wants to fit our golf carts at Ute Creek with Samsung tablets.
Very nice.
That will serve as GPS. If we can agree to a contract, we're looking at install date of April 2015.
Okay. Would that cost us more money?
No, it's a no cost. The company's providing them to us at no cost in exchange for them selling advertising on the tablets.
Okay. So, again, I would have no problem with Sunset, perhaps Ute Creek. Twin Peaks, again, Twin Peaks took a direct hit with the flood. To raise it an additional 3 might be a little much. That would be the only one that I would be concerned about.
I guess I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, let's vote on it.
We have one more item? 2 more rates. 2 more rates and then profit.
Okay, let's vote. Okay, that passed 6-1 with Councilmember Bagley dissenting. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. I think we ought to raise rates across the board. I think we ought to raise them more. The golf courses have one way to raise money, and that's through their fees, and we need to raise them. We haven't raised them for a long time, and I'll be voting in favor of them.
I guess I agree with Bonnie. I think we had a 7-0 golf board that studied this. They recommended. I think we should just trust the board that they looked at the data and made the right decision. Councilmember Santos.
Well, thank you, Mayor Coombs. Well, as you and I have always talked about, Mayor Coombs, you look at the same data and you don't always come with the same agreement. I looked at the data as well, and some of it I would agree with. But you have a golf course, again, that is recovering from a flood. It looks fantastic. I play it. I'm still, hacking away as a learner. I have no problem paying an additional $3, but you're trying to keep those people who may not have the means or in a fixed income to continue to stay there, that can't afford to play Ute Creek, that want to play a full 18. Then if you want to continue to raise them an additional 5 and just price them out. I know one of the pros has already heard that raising 3, you're going to lose. Raise them higher.
Mayor Coombs, council members, I think that, I understand what you're saying. We do have built into our rate structure opportunities for those people who play, who like to play more golf. We have 10 play premium passes. We have 20 play premium passes that offers discounts. We have annual passes, and annual passes where you pay a lower fee initially and then pay a use fee every time you play. Those discounts range anywhere from 30 to 40%. And we also have memberships where you can buy a select membership. Select membership is available for golf only. You can also buy an elite membership, which includes green fees, cart, and range. So even though individual green fees may be increasing, we have opportunities built into our rate structure where people that want to play more can purchase these options and play for less than what they would play if they normally paid a daily fee.
Councilmember Santos?
How much is an elite membership at Ute Creek? And how much will that be under the new rates?
It's $2,600, I believe.
Can you spread that over time? Or is it a one?
$2,420.
I'm sorry?
$2,420. $2,420.
Can you spread that over? Can you make payments on that?
Currently, we don't have a payment structure in place, but we have discussing ways to make payments similar to where you can make payments in recreation.
Okay. So it's a one-time fee.
Right.
Okay. I couldn't do that.
Okay, I guess that's it.
Okay, Dale Rademacher is going to cover the water and sewer rate and fee increases. Fairly quickly.
Mayor Coombs, members of council. So the water, first of all, we put in the budget prior to completing the rate and fee study and prior to completing all the work on the capital needs, a 4% increase. That will not be sufficient, and we will be coming back to you in October and potentially November. First in October to talk with you about all the other ways that we might be able to raise revenue other than rates, I think as we were directed to do. And then November we'll come talk with you about the rate impacts in water. On sewer, the rates are already codified in your code. They are the rates that are necessary to cover the debt service for the bonds that we're already issuing. And so there's no further action that you're going to need to take as far as the budget this year, but to just let you know that there's an average of a 13% rate increase in sewer. And that's it.
Okay, final item from the budget for the evening is on the general fund property tax. As we mentioned, they're changing assessed valuations there. And so actually is increasing our amount of projected revenue by $211,088 over what we included in our proposed budget. We're identifying two options for consideration for use of those funds. You could choose either one of the options or a combination of both, or a third or fourth if you have other options to suggest. First option is to further adjust the sales and use tax split between the general fund and the public improvement fund, so that more dollars are going towards the the public improvement fund, since these are ongoing revenues. Second option is to use it to fund economic development incentives. We've had situations in the past and currently where we've been looking for resources for use of economic development incentives. Previously with Roosevelt Place, the public improvements we paid for out of the general fund city council one-time dollars. Currently with the Butterball redevelopment, there has been discussion as well about using CDBG dollars to repay loans for incentives there. We could use this as an alternative to use general fund ongoing money to repay those loans as opposed to using CDBG dollars. So we don't need direction tonight. We can have direction next week.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes, we have talked in the past weeks around increasing, and I know other council members have concerns about our reserve funds. I would like to see an option where we start putting a little more money in the reserve fund. So I would like to see, my first two priorities would be the reserve fund and then also trying to migrate the sales and use tax split further towards the 85-15 to kind of get to the normalization of that quicker. Setting aside some economic development incentives is fine, but this is pretty much one-time money, and it's forever money. Okay.
This is ongoing.
Ongoing.
This is ongoing money, but it's not to say you couldn't do that.
Right.
Annually, you could put it into
Annually
reserve.
to review
Yeah.
it is, I think, a great idea. But I really, I've heard over and over from council members concerns about our reserve funds. I think that considering this maybe found money, we should look at putting some money into the reserve fund.
Kelly's kind of leaning towards adjusting the split, but that's just me. We'll have to decide that tonight, so.
Correct.
I guess that's it. Any other items? All right. City manager, any comments? Well, I guess it's time now for mayor and council comments. Councilmember Finley.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs. Have to have a business of the week. The business of the week this week will be Longs Peak Pub and Tap House. Sorry, it's a competitor of yours. 600 Longs Peak Avenue. I just opened up, saw some folks coming out of there with smiles on their face, so it must be a nice place. Go give it a try. I also wanted to congratulate Dan Eman. I'm looking here. He is a Longmont Legend hero and will be receiving that award. I believe that's what they call that. And so congratulations to Mr. Eman.
Thank you. The mayor and I and city manager Dominguez are going to attend the District 3 meeting for Colorado Municipal Week tomorrow evening, just in Arvada. Just want to give folks the heads up. And I also want to congratulate Christina Pacheco, who is going to be given a Boulder County Community Action Program Award on Thursday. It's very nice to see our staff members called out for exemplary service by Boulder County, and just another way everyone can see that we're really moving forward on so many issues and making a contribution.
Okay, city manager, any comments?
No comments, Mayor Council.
City attorney, any comments?
No comments, Mayor.
All right, this meeting's adjourned.